Good morning. I'd like to invite everyone to please take your seats. I'd like to invite everyone to please take your seats. I will call on you by name to invite you personally to please take your seats. And please pause your conversations. We'll begin in just one moment. Good morning. My name is Jennifer Gordon, and I'm the director of the Atlantic Council's Nuclear Energy Policy Initiative. I'm so pleased to welcome everyone back to our second day of the Nuclear Energy Policy Summit in New York. We are welcoming our in-person guests and also our global audience on the live stream. And once again, I just want to say a very special thanks to our partners at the Emirates Nuclear Energy Company, and most especially His Excellency Mohammed Al Hamadi. Thank you so much to you and your wonderful team for being here. And now I am delighted to introduce from the United States State Department, the senior official performing the duties of the Undersecretary of State for Arms Control and International Security, Brent Christensen. Thank you so much for being here, and I truly look forward to your remarks.
Thank you, Jennifer. Minister Yvonne, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, and thank you for coming this morning. I also want to thank the Atlantic Council for organizing this event in partnership with the Emirates Nuclear Energy Company and for bringing us together to discuss this exciting topic here in New York. One of my missions as the senior official performing the duty of Undersecretary of State for Arms Control and International Security is advancing civil nuclear energy cooperation to meet critical energy security goals under the highest standards of nuclear safety, security, and nonproliferation. Most importantly, the Trump administration views developing civil nuclear projects globally as a U.S. national security imperative. This is not just about energy. It is about ensuring the United States and global partners shape the future of global energy security. Civil nuclear energy is a cornerstone of our strategy to develop reliable baseload power and build resilient energy systems that can withstand geopolitical pressures, as you heard from President Trump himself yesterday. President Trump signed Executive Order 14299 on May 23rd under the title Deploying Advanced Nuclear Reactor Technologies for National Security. The Department of State, in coordination with our colleagues around the government, has tenaciously pursued implementation of this executive order to ensure the future success of the U.S. nuclear energy sector and the energy security of our partners. We are aggressively negotiating new 123 agreements worldwide and renewing expiring agreements. In fact, we just initialed a new 123 agreement last week, though I'm not yet able to disclose the partner. We still need the President's approval to sign the agreement. We are also signing nuclear cooperation memoranda of understanding to put us on a path towards developing strategic civil nuclear partnerships with countries in the early stages of pursuing nuclear energy. One of Secretary Rubio's first official acts was signing one of these nuclear cooperation MOUs, or NCMOUs, with El Salvador on his very first trip as Secretary of State. He has since signed additional NCMOUs with Malaysia and Bahrain. And just yesterday, here in New York, I had the pleasure of signing an NCMOU with Uzbekistan. This has created significant interest for potential partners, and we are presently pursuing additional NCMOUs all over the world. At the same time, we are clearing the path for financing that is fit for purpose, and we are actively engaging globally to build nuclear energy partnerships that will last for generations. These efforts are not just about agreements. They are about building trust, fostering innovation, and ensuring the United States remains the partner of choice for countries seeking to develop safe and secure nuclear energy programs. By prioritizing collaboration, we are laying the groundwork for a future where nuclear energy plays a pivotal role in global energy security. That is why it is so appropriate to be here with our Romanian friends. The decades-long civil nuclear ties the United States and Romania enjoy have new impetus now as Romania strengthens its nuclear energy programs. We signed an intergovernmental agreement in 2020. We are cooperating to deploy American small modular reactors, or SMRs, in Romania to showcase first-of-a-kind U.S. technology, create thousands of jobs, and strengthen European energy security. To support President Trump's vision, we are committed to unlocking key commercial markets for U.S. nuclear energy companies, increasing the number of government-to-government agreements, and fortifying cooperation and collaboration with regional partners as we face challenges from competitors, all while leading the world in advancing the strongest standards of nuclear nonproliferation, safety, and security. To this end, we will continue to leverage our foundational infrastructure for responsible use of small modular reactor technology, or the FIRST program, to partner with countries working to deploy nuclear reactors while upholding these high standards. We will also find new financing options to spur investment. As this group understands better than most, the global nuclear energy landscape has changed. In 2022, the International Energy Agency found that advanced economies no longer lead the global nuclear energy industry. Since 2017, 87% of new nuclear builds worldwide have been of Russian or Chinese reactor designs. And in this area, as in others in their strategic partnership, China continues to grow and is set to become the world's leading nuclear power producer before 2030. This shift in the global nuclear energy landscape is not just a statistic, it is a wake-up call. It underscores the urgent need for the United States and its partners to reclaim leadership in this critical sector. By investing in innovation and collaboration, we can reverse this trend and ensure that the future of nuclear energy is shaped by our companies and safe because of our regulatory regimes. There is no reason the United States and our partners can't outperform our rivals. The innovation I saw on my trip to Eastern Tennessee 10 days ago was inspiring. At the Tennessee Valley Authority, I saw prep for SMR deployment to power data centers. Looking towards Generation 4 technology, I toured the future Hermes reactor site. At Oak Ridge National Laboratories, I saw cutting-edge manufacturing demonstration facilities and other types of reactors the lab is the only one in the world working on today. We are on the cusp of a new era of nuclear energy. So why is it so important for us to be the leaders? Why is ceding this space to authoritarian-backed entities a national and even an international security problem? First, it increases the vulnerability of countries around the world to Russian and Chinese malign influence. We have seen how Russia has weaponized energy for Europe in the context of the Ukraine war. It is not hard to imagine the same approach with nuclear fuel and related equipment and supplies. And China has a well-known track record of using debt from large infrastructure projects to corner countries into unfavorable agreements. Countries that cooperate in building a new reactor create a government-to-government and an engineer-to-engineer relationship that will last 50 to 100 years. Over 30 countries are moving forward on nuclear power with or without the United States and like-minded partners. We need to ensure they move forward with us. Second, it puts at risk the high international standards for nuclear safety, security, and nonproliferation that the United States and its partners have respected and championed for over 65 years. Countries new to nuclear power will potentially be exposed to unsafe and unsecure technologies. Lastly, it represents a lost economic opportunity. Unless we act, our companies could face trillions of dollars of lost income to competitors. This could mean fewer jobs and less prosperity at home, as well as diminished technological leadership globally in a crucial sector. These challenges are not insurmountable. By working together, we can ensure the future of nuclear energy is one that aligns with our values and strategic interests. This is not about competition. It is about building a better, safer, and more prosperous world. We have a window of opportunity to regain U.S. leadership of civil nuclear energy and its regulatory space. Our initiatives aim to assertively shape the global nuclear space to prioritize the highest standards of safety, security, and nonproliferation. Our goal is to galvanize cooperation among the United States and other reliable suppliers. This creates a solid foundation for long-term relationships. You can count on the United States' support. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those excellent remarks and for your insights. I am now delighted to invite to the podium His Excellency Bogdan Gruia Ivan, who is Minister of Energy of Romania. And thank you again, as Brent Christensen said, for Romania's partnership with the US and with the Atlantic Council.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Mr. Under State Secretary. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure for me and honor to be here in such wonderful place with such wonderful and important people. First of all, I would like to thanks to Atlantic Council for that wonderful stage yesterday, today, and for our partnership with Romania since Alex Șerban started to lead the new Romanian Atlantic Council office 2 months ago. We already start to bring our neighbors in Atlantic Council team, and we start to gain a real and powerful message to entire Central and Eastern Europe region, to entire Black Sea region, that Bucharest start to be the new leader of US presence in Black Sea region. And thanks for that, we are committed. We came here at UN General Assembly with a very strong, committed message from Romanian government, for presidential administration, from the parliament, from private sector, the leaders of the private sector in energy, the CEO of Bucharest Stock Exchange. We came with a clear message. We don't want only to check how we are making one to another. We want to check very clear what's our project. We came with a full strategy, discussed it even yesterday with Secretary Wright, now with Mr. Undersecretary, with representative of the White House. We came with a project around 30 billions to put on the table, to work together to relaunch the nuclear civil project in Europe with US technology. Romania is the only country from former Soviet Union umbrella which have US technology on nuclear civil program. We have the CANDU technology. We're operating since 30 years ago, was founded by a very, very scientific person, Horea Hulubei, one of the greatest savants of the world. He was a promoter from East of Europe in US of that concept, and in that moment we are ready to go to the next stage. We have 2 reactors of 700 megawatts. We want to build another 2 in the next stage. We have SMR, very clear project. We want to find a way together with our friends from US to put it together in a very clear and high added value of the energy, to put it related with AI gigafactories. In that manner, 2 months ago, I prepared and I applied with a project of 5 billion euros, the Black Sea AI Gigafactory, with all the technical details made together with World Bank, and we are ready to expand, to make that project and to expand around $30 billion project with our friends. I don't want to get too much in the way we are getting here. For example, in Romania, we take 6 billion euros in the last year to put solar panels. Around 6 gigawatts. We'll use from that only 0.9 gigawatts, in fact, in base load energy. In 10 years, we'll have around 0.5. That doesn't mean a very good efficiency, honestly. And I like the numbers. My government like numbers, my president like numbers, as the President Trump likes numbers. And his speech yesterday was a clear message. okay, let's drill where we have the place to drill, and Romania have the largest amounts of gas resources from entire European Union. And we want to use that gas together with our friends to explore and to be the most important gas producer from entire European Union. And we have all that resources. We are the country which are leading in civil nuclear energy. We want to expand and want to make another 2 reactors in Romania, but we want to expand to entire region. We have our friends from Poland. We have our friends from Bulgaria, from Czech Republic, from Ukraine, from Moldova. We want to deal with them together with you, and we already have the leadership in the region. I want to play fair with all our neighbors and to change and to shift the way we have the prices now in the Central and Eastern Europe. We are paying in our region the most expensive price almost from the entire world. We are not Switzerland, but we pay the most expensive energy. And we could shift that stuff together with the private sector, which are very good partners for us. We are getting to start to produce energy base load. And that could be gas and nuclear. In that manner, we are ready to start our concrete discussion in a technical manner, in a base data, clear evidences, and after that to gain to a strong partnership between Romania and United States of America, between our presidents, between our governments, to make the big setup, and after that to start to work ASAP. We already start to bring to the Supreme Court of Defense and to put the energy security as a matter of national security issue. We have all support of Romanian government, Romanian president, to change and to reshuffle all the regulator framework and to decrease with at least 50% all the bureaucracy when you speak about energy production, energy transport, gas production, and gas transport. And in that manner, we don't want only to have a very good vision, but we want to act and we want to get the things done. We are a new government. We'll be here, I hope, at least 4 years. We have a new president. You have a new administration in US. We have the same goals. We are partners. We are friends. But we will be the best economic partners in energy. And I have a good talk for all of you. Thank you for your support. Thank you for what we'll make in the future together. And let's make energy great again. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Minister Ivan. Absolutely agreed on making energy great again and the economic aspects of all of this. And so I'm delighted to call up for our next panel, which is on financing the future, innovative models for nuclear growth. Delighted to welcome to the stage Yvonne Maupassant, who is Vice President of Business Development and Investment at the Emirates Nuclear Energy Company. Yvonne, you're welcome to the stage and welcome as well to the other panelists. Please join us. Please join us too. And Yvonne, I'm delighted to turn this over to you to introduce and moderate your panel.
Hear me? Okay. Thank you very much, Jennifer. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for organizing this event. This is extremely comforting to see so much support and extremely educating and helpful for us to see so much exchange and the wealth of information that's being exchanged and value that we think is being created. I just want to remind a very simple fact. Last year was the highest ever nuclear power output globally, 2,677 terawatt hours. This is a breaking record. The last highest numbers was 2006. And so we're breaking record of nuclear power output without output from Japan, almost none, and without output from Germany. China has been filling the gap, but what it says is that there's a massive strain on the supply chain, massive strain on the players in the sector. The demand is there. We need to accelerate new and cheap electrons from nuclear, and for that we need new solutions. And among new solutions, there's innovative financing, and this is what we're going to talk about today. So I feel very blessed to be moderating this session. I have with me Julie Kozaraki from DOE LPO, Lee Robinson from General Matter, James Schaeffer from Guggenheim Securities, Matt Steenberg, 92 Capital, and Jeff Wilson from US Exim Bank. I will have you introduce yourself more in depth if you're okay with this. Julie, can we start with you? The DOE LPO has been instrumental in backing energy projects. How is the LPO adapting to support the race for new nuclear? And what do you see as the biggest financing bottlenecks we can help unlock?
Absolutely. And so with all due respect to our wonderful friends from the big banks who were on stage here yesterday, none of them will be doing any nuclear financing for the foreseeable future, but the Loan Programs Office will be doing financing for nuclear. The Loan Programs Office was created by Congress in 2005 specifically with nuclear in mind and to support large-scale energy infrastructure projects. So LPO provided $11.5 billion of loans for Vogtle Units 3 and 4, the first start-to-finish reactors in the United States in 35 years. And LPO's loans saved Georgia ratepayers over $3 billion in interest costs. LPO is currently loaning to restart Palisades, which is an 800-megawatt reactor in Michigan. And we are very grateful to Holtec for their leadership there, because I also appreciate, everyone now says, well, the restarts are obvious. And I will tell you, the restarts were not obvious 2 years ago when Holtec applied to LPO and everyone thought that the idea of restarting a closed reactor was crazy. So we are very excited for Palisades to be coming online, probably early next year, and are really excited for probably the 2 additional restarts in the US coming up here shortly. And so following the passage of the One Big Beautiful Bill, LPO has $260 billion in lending authority. Nuclear is eligible for all of those dollars. And there is an executive order reinvigorating the nuclear industrial base that specifically directs DOE and LPO to focus on getting 10 large reactors with complete designs under construction by 2030, and to get 5 gigawatts of power uprates to the existing reactors also by 2030. So we are very diligently working on meeting those objectives and are very excited to help put that money to good use.
Thank you. Lee, can I ask you, nuclear is often framed as requiring only mega-scale project finance. As a venture-based company, what are the opportunities for smaller, faster-moving investments that could still change the trajectory for nuclear power?
Great, and thank you for the question. So General Matter, unique, I think, to the stage is we're a potential client of everyone else that's on this stage. We are a uranium enrichment company focused on reasserting U.S. leadership in uranium enrichment. It's the primary bottleneck in the fuel cycle. If we get the reactors online, they're all going to require fuel. The current 94 reactors obviously require fuel, and the majority of that fuel is not made in the United States for really no good reason. We're a venture-backed company. We've been incubated by Founders Fund from the get-go since we were a concept a few years ago, all the way through building our team and building our first facility. And what I've seen really different from probably the last 20 years is the expansion of the venture industry. So the venture industry, if you looked in the early 2000s, it was mostly a cottage industry, largely focused on software as a service, and putting millions of dollars into companies. They have grown up. They are putting hundreds of millions of dollars into companies, and they're moving into the hardware space. They're largely taking the gap between venture capital and private equity. You might hear about growth equity now. That, in many cases, is just venture with a larger fund. And that is needed because that's the gap to get to the point of you have institutional large capital because you've got operating plants. You can access a loan program office potentially for project finance, or many of my other colleagues who represent far larger, more substantive forms of existing capital. So we see the venture space as filling that gap for the new companies to get on their feet, because in large part to solve these issues in this industry, it's going to require a lot of new companies.
Thank you. James, big infrastructure deals, like most that we see in nuclear, require scale and certainty. How do you see capital markets viewing nuclear today? Are they starting to price in climate and energy security? Or are the markets still focused on cost and risk?
So first of all, I run Guggenheim's energy group. We're about 120 bankers. We're representing a number of OEMs, deployers of nuclear equipment, which means power companies, and then also working with data center and tech companies. Our focus is primarily on North America and Europe, but we're also looking pretty intently at Asia and the Middle East. This is a global scene. The need for baseload, clean electricity is enormous. So to answer your question, I think it really depends on the market in terms of how people think about price for clean electricity. Generally, the markets are not set up to provide the right price structures for baseload clean. That's a broad-based statement. Within the US, you have vertically integrated utilities. In regulated markets, you have unregulated markets. So there's different potential structures to use when we're talking about deploying new nuclear. So the RAB model in Europe, the contract for differences model in Europe, and other places, those market designs can all work around new nuclear. But in terms of how investors are thinking about this, I mean, first of all, up until a couple of years ago, we were talking about replacing fossil equipment with clean energy like new nuclear. Now, with the demand scene changing and this enormous evolution with AI and other parts of our economy, electrification of transportation, the price of electricity is not going to come down. We're looking at a long-term upward trajectory in prices. We're going to be short supply. Near term, we're going to have to use a lot of gas. We need to start building as many CCGTs as we can in our country and other places. It's going to take at least a decade to get the Western world build going on new nuclear. There's a number of pathways that will be successful in the end. We think 6 to 10 ultimate OEMs, manufacturers of equipment, is the likely market structure. In other words, we're heading towards an oligopolistic market scene for OEMs in the next 10 years. It would be great to have 50 successful fission companies, but the reality is there will only be a handful in the end that are successful. And I think we're on the verge of seeing very significant announcements around the new nuclear arena, which includes the large reactors, meaning the AP1000, Korean technology, 1,400 megawatt technology, and then also SMRs and also microreactors. As soon as the markets see which pathways are chosen, I think that you're going to see other deployers of equipment coalesce quickly around the early stage winners. What also matters here is price certainty on the products being provided. One of the huge challenges with this industry is we don't really know what the first of a kind units are going to cost, what the performance characteristics are going to be like. The market likes certainty. We need certainty on price out of the box. And to the extent that OEMs can provide that, those will be the early stage winners, because that's going to mean that they have the financial resources to back their products.
Thank you. Mads, we briefly talked about new technologies. As a venture capitalist, you're in the middle of this. What do you see new technologies and early stage finance? What role do you see for that in accelerating the deployment of nuclear?
Yeah, thank you. My name is Mads Stenberg. I'm the partner of 92 Capital. So 92 Capital is a newly created venture fund only investing in nuclear. So I think we are one of the first in only nuclear space. So the demand we see is what was said on the other end of the panel just before. There's a huge lack of institutional capital in early stage nuclear. So it's essentially to take SMR companies from pre-proof of concept to proof of concept. And in that space, we have 120 companies. Maybe a couple is listed here in the United States, and a couple is backed by very wealthy backers. The remaining, let's say 115 of those, really need institutional capital, because that's the amount of capital needed. So prior to joining this fund, I was myself a CEO of Copenhagen Atomics, and I was raising capital for them, and we got into a lot of good dialogues with the pension funds, corporates, bigger institutional investors, term sheets, but when it came to the final DD, they were not comfortable enough to invest in a single company. So that's where I see the role of a venture fund, nuclear only, to first of all create a fund where institutional investors can diversify their risk from one company bet to diversify into 20 companies, but also to facilitate the whole DD process, all the technical due diligence. So when we invest in a company, and we are actually invested in Jakob from Blykala's company, we did a 100-page due diligence report. It took us like 3 months. And to be frank, on the back of us, other investors have joined the company. And we have now done another investment similar to Blykala from Sweden. We have also done Steady Energy in Finland, which is going to do district heating. First project hopefully will be in 2030, providing district heating to the city of Helsinki. So we have luckily to be fortunate to have a family office backing us. So that's why we have done these 2 initial investments, and we are now fundraising for a fund in the size of 350 million euros to invest into like 5 cases of that type. 2 is done already. The remaining 15 investments we will do into what was mentioned before, the other bottleneck, the supply chain. So there it will both be supply chain companies that can support our existing portfolio companies, but it will also be supply chains into fuel and what have been mentioned before, where there's a huge need for capital, venture capital. So I think there will be many more funds like ours coming over the next couple of years. I'm already hearing of a few that's in the pipeline. So I think it's definitely a place to be, and there's a huge value creation to be had. So taking a company from proof of concept to proof of concept, we're talking about 5 to 10x type returns. So interesting space.
Thank you. Jeffrey, nuclear is arguably a geopolitical tool as well as an energy source. How does US Exim balance commercial support with promoting US interests? And where do you see the most active export financing opportunities?
Thank you for the question, and thank you for allowing me to be here today. I'm the senior advisor for energy dominance for the chairman of Exim Bank, and I'm a new guy. I've been on the job 4 weeks, and this is the 3rd time I've spoken about the opportunities in the nuclear space. And so, as our colleague from the State Department mentioned earlier, there is an imperative for nuclear power and for reinvigorating the US supply chain, everything from the OEMs all the way through the fuel cycle. And I think whether it's my colleague from LPO, Exim, the State Department, there is a whole of government approach to nuclear power now in the Trump administration, and it is the highest priority. And one of the things that we're looking at Exim is we're back in the game of financing nuclear power, and that had not been the case for a while. We're very excited to be there because the opportunities are huge. As Jim mentioned, there is a tremendous shortage when it comes to the demand for clean, firm power. We know that we're going to need electrons around the globe, and Exim stands ready to finance those electrons. We have about $100 billion in authority left at Exim for financing projects, be they CCTG, or GTs, or nuclear power, from large reactors, advanced reactors, micro reactors, SMRs, the entire supply chain associated with those, and the fuel cycle. We're here to do that business. And there's a lot of opportunity. I was so happy to hear the minister earlier from Romania talk about the opportunity set. Romania is a place where we are very interested in having these conversations and dialogues. We're here under the convening power of the Atlantic Council and the Emirates. And the Emirates have staked out a plan for nuclear power, building their facility, first of a kind, in a new entry country, and did it successfully, on time and on budget. These are markers that show you where the future of this business is headed, and we are there to finance those projects. We're very excited about Poland. We're excited about the opportunities to deploy 3 additional AP1000s from Westinghouse in Poland. You look through Central and Eastern Europe, there's a tremendous opportunity set there for us, and we're excited about the State Department and DOE leading the 123 and the IGA process so that we have the regulatory frameworks in place. Those are all critical to unlock the financing that we have at EXIM Bank to do those projects. We know that these are large-scale projects too, and it's a long lead time process. And so the other thing that I want you to know from us is that we're not here to be an impediment to that process. If the process takes N number of years, we're not here to make it N+1 or N+2 number of years. We're here to help you and to partner with you to get that financing in place so that these projects don't take any longer than they have to actually deploy, because they are critical geopolitical and strategic priorities for this administration, for our bank, and for our leadership. We're tremendously excited about this opportunity because we know that the relationships that come along with putting these projects in place are not short-term relationships. They're long-term relationships. And when you look, these aren't 5-year relationships. These are 80-year relationships, 100-year relationships that bind the United States to our partners around the globe. And we are thrilled for that because we know that you have a choice when it comes to the projects that you want to place and the partners that you want to place them with. And we think the choice should be obvious and clear that the United States is the partner of choice for these projects. And that's great for the geopolitical relationships that we need to build, but it's also tremendous for the workforce and for the supply chain that we're developing here in the US and that we've long neglected. I think it's been very clear that President Trump wants to reinvigorate the American economy, the American manufacturing renaissance is here, and he wants to lead us into that future. And EXIM's financing for projects in Romania, in Poland, in other locations help drive that economic engine of the United States.
Thank you. Julie, back to you. You were saying other lenders yet have to catch up on what LPO has been doing for nuclear. How do you see drawing from what they're comfortable with, meaning lending to other technologies, drawing from that experience into nuclear, how do you see building bridges there and helping them get there and catching up on nuclear?
Absolutely, and I'll maybe also talk about some of the lessons that the Loan Programs Office learned through the financing of Vogel. I think Jim made a really important point talking about the uncertainty around first-of-a-kind cost and schedule. And so, we heard a lot of folks yesterday talking about, looking forward one day to all the components of project financings being there for nuclear projects. But for LPO, the first-of-a-kind AP1000 projects at Vogel were investment-grade corporate loans. Those were largely corporate loans sitting on Georgia Power's balance sheet, and so no matter what the reactors cost, we had certainty that the loans were getting paid back. And so much of Vogel was structural cost underestimation versus overrun. It really grinds my gears when I hear people say that the budget doubled, because a $14 billion project was never possible. If the design wasn't complete, how could you possibly know what it was going to cost? A number I think about a lot is that when Westinghouse received the design certification from the NRC for the AP1000, at the time they thought that they were at about 50% design complete, and in hindsight they were at about 5% design complete, because the NRC really only cares about the components that impact nuclear safety, but there's 17,000 cables in an AP1000. And so I think a lot of people really underestimate the incredible amount of time and money that goes into a truly complete constructible design. And so fortunately, the folks at Southern Company ran through a wall for all of us and finished Vogel Units 3 and 4. Vogel is now the largest generator of electricity in the United States. The AP1000 is now no longer first of a kind, and we are in a terrific opportunity to take advantage of those lessons because the Chinese certainly are. The Chinese have built a number of different reactor designs, but most of their new capacity is coming from repeat building AP1000s, or they're sort of the Chinese version of the AP1000. And I think that's a really important lesson because to Jim's other point about the down selection of designs, part of the reason the US nuclear fleet never realized the cost reductions we're all hoping to see is that we built over 50 different designs. The 94 operating reactors, and Palisade soon to be 95, even though they are only large light water reactors, pressurized and boiling water reactors, they are almost all special snowflakes with tweaks and changes and customizations between the nuclear island and balance of plant. So the way that you really drive cost out is to down select to as few designs as possible and then repeat build and increase learning by doing. So if we were to build 10 AP1000s, for example, you would expect to see a material improvement in the cost and schedule predictability, and that is ultimately what customers and investors are looking for, is that measure of predictability. So when we think about underwriting nuclear projects at the Loan Programs Office, we're able to be much more flexible as a lender with the AP1000 just because the design is done. There's a high fidelity cost basis. It's much easier to size a loan when you have those sorts of parameters. We are certainly open for business for reactors of all types and sizes, but there's probably going to have to be some more balance sheet support to ensure that we are able to meet our reasonable prospect of repayment in just the way that there was balance sheet support for the first of a kind AP1000s. So we are certainly ready, willing, and able to provide financing, and there are always financial mitigants to technical challenges. But in terms of what is easiest to get closer to something that looks like a project financing, that's probably the AP1000 because of the design and construction history.
Thank you. Lee, I wanted to ask you, in the fuel supply chain where you're acting, what is the impact on developing the fuel supply chain of new technologies, SMRs and advanced reactors progressing in their design and hopefully coming online soon? How do you see that impacting on what the fuel supply chain should be doing?
Well, the simplest answer of that is it's going to be a limiting factor. So right now we have a series of nuclear cliffs that the country is facing. I think the first one is hitting right now, which is advanced reactors, the SMRs, the microreactors. Most of them operate off of high assay, low enriched uranium, 20% enriched uranium. That supply chain does not exist. And many of them are having a challenge securing the necessary amounts for their test reactors and for their first of a kind. The DOE has actually done a fantastic job over the last 6 months to make sure that they can get their enough for their test demonstrations. But many of them don't have that opportunity yet. So they're relying on a supply chain that needs to get built. The next nuclear cliff that's going to hit is probably going to be before the end of this decade, which is for our 94 reactors that rely on low enriched uranium up to about 5%. And some of those are going to run into shortage territory because the supply of that feedstock was previously in part coming from Russia. And there are sanctions in place that eliminate that supply by the end of 2028. And the US market needs to catch up to that. Otherwise, they're not going to have options, and then they'll be drawing on their own internal stockpiles. And then the last nuclear cliff that honestly keeps me up at night, it's not something that we're going to provide for, but it's something that the broader supply chain would provide for, is our defense, our national security assets, our submarines and aircraft carriers, which, depending on who you talk to inside of the government, they run into issues at the end of the next decade or in the middle of the 2040s. These all rely on the exact same supply chain. It's effectively a refinement supply chain, a normal mining plus then a series of nodes that end up with a pelletized version of uranium. It is wild to me that it doesn't exist. It used to exist. We used to dominate this industry in the United States. We were also the cost leader for the broader globe, but something happened in the 80s and early 90s where we let it go completely to overseas, which is limiting capacity both for the United States, but also for the reactors that want to export overseas. So we need to make sure that this is not a limiting factor, because it is I think for any investor, my guess is you all will look at it and you'll say, how's your supply chain? Where are you getting your fuel from?
Thank you. James, can I ask you about non-traditional players coming into financing nuclear technology projects and stuff, like technology, tech companies, data centers, hyperscalers? That's been quite recent. Do you see a long-term trend in this, and how do you see their role evolving or continuing in that?
So in the unregulated markets in the US and maybe even in certain regulated markets, what we're about to see happen is the implementation of the build, own, transfer model, which is what we've been using in the renewables and battery arenas for a while now. What that means is that consortiums are coming together, and as part of that, the end deployers of nuclear equipment are not going to take on the risk during construction, which is what Southern did. And so what I see happening is significant equity coming in during the development phase and the construction phase, which means significant Wall Street money, money that comes from tech and data center companies through their PPAs in the form of upfront cash. That's a really important part of this. What we're talking about here is allocating risk in a creative way, right? Consortiums, by definition, under this model, will take different pieces of risk throughout this scene. Once a project is completed, in other words, a plant is up and running, you'll see the plant end up in another owner's hands, either in an IPP's hands or a regulated business. In other words, at that point, when the keys turn, plant's running, ownership changes. And the elegance of that model is really critical, because one of the key things that happened during the Vogtle process is that Southern went through a lot. And a lot of the entities around the world don't want to go through the pain of that process. It's incredible what Southern and the Georgia Commission did. It's awesome. In the end, they got it done, but that was a painful process. The build, own, transfer model allows for some alleviation of the risk and pain of the process to the extent that that happens with the first-of-a-kind units. The other key here is that the OEMs that are really, I think, in the end going to be successful are the ones that are most financially viable and can back the price and performance of their product. And we are seeing certain OEMs step up in a really critical way and say, all right, this is our price, this is the timeline, and we're going to be behind our product. So that certainty allows Wall Street money to come in. The other key is having PPAs that, or creative regulated structures, market pricing structures that allow for the first-of-a-kind units to be justified from a build perspective. So we're talking about high-priced, long-term PPAs, or some other, as I just said, regulated market structure. So I think that we're going to see some breaks in the dam, so to speak. I used to like to say 2 years ago, we were on the 5-yard line on the wrong end of the playing field in this arena. I actually think we're on the 10-yard line on the right side of the playing field, and we're about to punch the ball into the end zone. And if that happens, I think that dam breaks, and I think others follow.
Thanks, James. Mads, I wanted to ask you, you mentioned earlier how traditional VCs used to operate focused on software and low capital intensive technologies. Nuclear is very different, as you mentioned. It's high capital. It requires regular and massive infusions of cash. How does that make nuclear attractive for venture capital founders, venture capital investors? And another question is about founders. What advice would you give for founders looking for early stage equity?
Yeah, so to the last question, it's important that the founders, they early in the process, initially they get visual angels, they get private capital from private individual, family offices, but when they are at, let's say, TL3, they have spent 5 to 10 years developing the tech, and they need to come to make a criticality test or proof of concept. Then they need institutional capital or venture capital. So it's very important. They also, is aware that they will get diluted. I mean, it's better to have a winner and they have a certain ownership than they come all the way through with the majority. So it's very important to make that clear in an early stage. But I think it's important to have a mix of investors in an, let's say, an SMR company. So you have the general VCs, you have some institutional investors, you have some specialized funds like ourselves. So we typically go in and we also take a board seat and take an active role, and we keep the founders liable to certain milestones, and try to be supportive, but also put the difficult questions in the boardroom. And can you repeat the first question?
What makes nuclear energy or nuclear technologies attractive for VC investors who are used to less capital-intensive investments?
Yes, no, I think right now you have AI, you have defense, and the third great investment for the next decade, I believe, is nuclear. So it's also about being where the upside is greatest for a VC fund. But you're absolutely right; they cannot necessarily take it all the way. We at 92 Capital, we hope that now we raise a fund at 350 million. We hope our next fund will be a lot bigger, let's say closer to $1 billion. And by having a lot larger fund as fund number 2, hopefully some of the good investments we do, we can transfer into the next fund, because it will require a lot of capital and it will require a lot of time. So the fastest SMRs, until they are ready to deploy and use the capital, as you mentioned, some of the earliest is maybe 5 years from now. The more average will be 10 years from now. So they don't necessarily all the way fit into a single fund. But as long as you can either transfer to another fund, but as long as the project goes well, you can make exits. And that's what we see already. There's a secondary market that trades. But another exit, what happened here in the US with Oklo and NuScale, I mean, the public market doing an IPO, that's a very attractive point in time to do those kind of exit strategies. So that would be attractive for a VC fund.
Yeah, given the current valuations, it's probably a good time for exits.
Exactly. I mean, in the private market, the companies trade at least 100 times cheaper than in the public market. So that's not in many sectors that you see that difference.
Jeffrey, you mentioned contributing to accelerating new projects and financing and reaching to the finish line. Can you elaborate on what you see some of the actions that EXIM supports or undertakes to help accelerating development financing of projects?
Yeah, thank you for that. I think our role is a de-risking role. One of the key themes that you hear across this panel is that there's a substantial amount of risk in this entire process. And it is a capital-intensive business, virtually like no other business. And EXIM can play a role in a number of ways to help unlock financing. And so it could be on the front end of project design. It could be in the FEED process, where we can step in and help with the engineering and the design work, and we can finance that. It could also be in project finance. It can be in helping you access a supply chain that isn't quite there yet. It's one of the key themes that I've seen early on here in my tenure is that we are building something for an industry that has withered or deteriorated or didn't exist. And it may not be the project itself that needs the financial help, but it may be a component provider or a fuel cycle supplier. It could be all the way back to the resource that has to be enriched or delivered from the ground. And there are tools and mechanisms across our portfolio that we can do that work. I think critically for us, it's doing that in the United States. And we have a couple of programs at XM, the Make More in America initiative and the Supply Chain Resiliency initiative. And these are funding vehicles that allow us to target US-based businesses who are going to do this work because we know it creates jobs for the export market. And so those vehicles are here to help us build that supply chain, to build the base of the business that we know will ultimately need to be deployed. And so it's a spectrum-wide effort, and it's focused on being dominant again in this space. You know, for far too long, we've let malign actors in this space take the lead, and we've seen the dire consequences of that. And so the mechanisms that we have in place and that we're deploying now with our partners around the world and with our clients here in the US are targeted toward developing that entire system. And so it could be something small or simple as an engineering project loan that we do on the front end of a project that is small, or it could be a very large financing vehicle that we use for project development on a large-scale reactor.
Okay, thanks. That's helpful. Julie, from the recent experience of funding nuclear projects, restarts, at least one, is there any lessons learned from a specific project that you now using to and you plan to apply for future financings? A couple of specific examples?
Absolutely. So Vogtle actually had to come back to the loan programs office to get a second loan. Once we close a loan, we are able to reduce the size, but to increase the size, we actually have to go through the whole process to do a second loan. And so when we thought about additional projects, we are able to build in quite a lot of contingency up front. So we are able to size the loan up to what the project revenues could support, and then you only have to borrow what you need. So that, to me, is a really helpful risk-sharing mechanism. And maybe let me put a couple others on the table, because every single day I hear that, well, you know, there's just got to be some kind of cost overrun insurance, or the government's just going to have to step up and take the risk. The investment tax credit, preserved by the One Big Beautiful Bill, is overrun insurance. The 48E investment tax credit is the federal government saying that they will pay 30 to 50 cents of every overrun dollar. And if we had had that in place for Vogtle, we wouldn't be having this conversation. We'd be building 10 more AP1000s right now. But the investment tax credit can be paired with an LPO loan. So just for rough numbers, so everyone understands the magnitude of this, if you had a $10 billion AP1000, you get an $8 billion LPO loan, because we can do up to 80% of eligible project costs for tenors of up to 30 years. And then you could get a $3 to $5 billion ITC. That is an incredibly powerful set of tools that the federal government has put on the table for new nuclear. And the investment tax credit is a very helpful way for the government to share in the risk and cost of the projects. So we have some really powerful tools in terms of the investment tax credit scaling up. It applies to every dollar of the project, including budgeted and possible overrun dollars. The LPO loan funds can be structured with real contingency in such a way that that also scales up. So in that way, we feel quite comfortable in the tools providing structure for resiliency under cost overrun scenarios. So the real risk that we are mitigating around is project abandonment. So for the 94 operating reactors in the US, there's 163 canceled reactors. And so when we think about putting these tools to use, the investment tax credit and the LPO loans, we need to make sure that project sponsors have sufficient skin in the game for the project to get completed and the loan to be repaid. And so that means that we are probably looking at something, you know, if you think about the spectrum from non-recourse project finance to investment-grade corporate loans, we're probably looking for something in the middle. Let's call it Project Finance Plus, where you could think about some of the project sponsors providing partial or limited recourse. So think about a project sponsor providing a 25% guarantee of the loan. So the whole loan doesn't have to sit on their balance sheet, but it's going to be painful and difficult to walk away from the project, because I don't think anyone wants it to be too easy to borrow a bunch of money from the government and walk away from it. Similar to the point that Jim was making about the hyperscalers, a PPA is great if the project is, you know, delivers on time and on budget and is producing power. But we actually need is alignment of interest to keep the project going during construction. And so that might look like a prepayment on the PPA or liquidated damages for walking away from the PPA during construction. You basically want it to hurt for people to walk away from the project before it's completed. So I think that we have some enormously powerful tools that we are ready to put to use. And I think that people need to take the time to run the numbers, see the impact of the investment tax credit, the LPO loans, and understand that we have put a suite of tools on the table that mitigate those cost overrun risks and should be ready to use right now.
If I could just add to that, I think that's a really critical point. I love the phrase suite of tools because we have a tremendous suite of tools on behalf of the federal government to deploy for civil nuclear power. But we don't do it alone. And we need true partnership, and we need to access balance sheets from those partners to do this. And so when we're looking at projects around the globe, this isn't simply development aid that we're providing for projects. These are true partnerships that we're seeking here, both from a geopolitical and a sovereign to sovereign standpoint, but also from a financial standpoint. We're willing to go a long way to make this happen, but we definitely need partnership, and we need financial partnership to make these projects happen around the globe.
One thing I wanted to mention, evidently there was a big bank panel yesterday and you asked about big banks. Big banks are not relevant to this space at all from a lending point of view. The regulatory lending requirements do not allow for project lending, especially in this country and most of Europe. So in the end, it's the structured private debt markets that would step in above and beyond the LPO, or in place of, if it's not available, other markets would be some other form. But just to be clear, bank balance sheets are not really an option here. And if there's some perception that they are, somehow that's been created, I'd like to disavow folks of that. It's just not going to be the case. The commercial banks are big lenders to new nuclear.
Okay, thank you. Speaking of partnership and alternative funding, a word from sponsor INEC is open for business. We're looking for building new plants. We have developed a know-how for project management, technology selections, and operations. So very, very keen to keep the dialogue open on this. I just wanted to ask Lee and Mads, anything to add in terms of how we can promote new technologies, entrepreneurship, innovative financing for early stage ventures and accelerating nuclear in the Western world?
Mads, you want to go first?
Certainly. No, I think, sorry, it was mentioned a couple of times, this about public-private partnerships. Yeah. I think even in the venture space, it's always the first money that's difficult to get. So in our case, we're lucky we have a family office backing us, but for a lot of other venture funds setting up to invest in the nuclear early stage investments, it's important to have some form of government agency coming also with risk capital to these venture funds. So that's what we see in Europe. Each country more or less have a governmental institution that can sponsor early stage venture funds. We also have it on the EU level with the EIB and EIF, EIF being the equity, EIB being the lending arm. So I think that's still important, but that should not be enough. And also these money often require to be matched with private capital. But it's a good way of kickstarting funds being set up.
Lee, anything?
I'm going to direct my advice to non-nuclear companies and founders. Much of this industry is unique. That is true. But much of this industry is not unique, but it is perceived as unique. What I am building, what my team is building, is largely a chemical plant that looks like it's inside of a data center type building. Yes, it processes uranium, but the vast majority of what we are doing looks like a chemical plant. And the vast majority of my workforce are mechanical engineers, chemical engineers, electrical engineers, with a little bit of sprinkling of nuclear engineers over the top. To develop this industry, we're going to need companies from outside of the nuclear industry to start getting into the nuclear industry. So that means oil and gas companies, because much of what the oil and gas industry does should be almost the exact same in the nuclear industry. That means chemical companies. That means a lot of the people that are doing the built infrastructure for the data center operators. Well, they should be doing the built infrastructure for reactors as well. And I would look to those companies that have a great track record of building on time and on budget to start trying to look at, can they do the same thing in the nuclear industry? Because then maybe we can bring down that risk to our investor class of the broader nuclear industry, because we'll have proof of being able to actually build on time.
Thank you very much. Thank you all. I'm really pleased we had this conversation and had a lot of fun. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure.
Thank you so much to this panel, and I'm delighted to invite everyone to a short coffee break. Please return at 10:45 when our programming will resume. Thank you. I'd like to encourage everyone to please pause your conversations. We'll be having lunch shortly, and you can continue networking then. Please return to your seats. Thank you all. Welcome back. We are now continuing with what I like to call our 30 under 30 panel. And it's on next generation nuclear policy leadership. And I don't have to tell you how important the next generation of leaders will be to our field, and how much we admire and appreciate all of these young people. And this conversation will be moderated by Madison Hilly, who is a partner at Radiant Energy Group. Come on up.
All right, good morning, everyone. I am going to keep the prelude short because, frankly, we have an outstanding panel today. These are leaders who, yes, they are young, but they are shaping conversations around nuclear across continents. And so I'm going to give a quick introduction, and then we can jump right into the good stuff. So joining me today is Jasper Giraldi. He is an Atlantic Council alum and now is a state engagement lead at Envoy Public Labs. We have Johan Christian Solid. He is the founder and chairperson of the leading Danish pro-nuclear group and is also the communications manager at 92 Capital. We have Grace Vanderhei, who, as a fellow Wisconsin Badger, was always going to be my Miss America, and then actually became Miss America. And in all of her free time, she still manages to be a nuclear fuels engineer with Constellation. And lastly, certainly not least, we have our youngest panel member, Will Shackle, who is joining us from Australia. At 16 years old, he founded Nuclear for Australia, and now, even though he's a full-time university student, is continuing to dominate the discourse for nuclear in Australia. So let's jump right into it. Jasper, I say this with lots of respect and love, but you are a nuclear newbie.
Yes.
We've all been doing this for way too long, in my opinion, but you just joined nuclear 2 years ago. And we've heard a lot of conversation over the past day and a half about how we need to bring new people into nuclear if we're going to be able to meet the moment. So tell me, what brought you into nuclear? Why are you so motivated to be working on nuclear energy policy?
No, it's a great question. I mean, my interest in nuclear really started in high school. I had one of those high school teachers. Well, we all have these teachers, right? The ones that get you excited about what you're learning about. And he actually had a 2 or 3 day unit on nuclear energy, and that was the first time I'd ever really thought about nuclear, more than the fact that it must be dangerous and it has to do with bombs, and it sounds a little scary. But no, I'd long fostered an interest since then, and I got more and more interested in nuclear in college, learned as much as I could then, and tried to incorporate it into the classwork that I was doing. And though I actually started working on immigration communications work during the first Trump administration for a nonprofit in DC, I had always continued to read about what was going on in the space. And when an opportunity presented itself while I was actually working for the Atlantic Council to go do public engagement work in nuclear, I really jumped at the opportunity. I had been doing some on-the-ground research a couple of years previously on undocumented immigration in southern Mexico, and I knew that the skills required for what I was going to be working on didn't necessarily require an engineering degree, and so I could step into that role, learn what I needed to about the technology to then take it forward. So I think for me, at least, with bringing new people into the space, you don't necessarily need the higher degree, though I have tons of respect for all the people who got engineering degrees and use it in their work every day. But I think that's a really encouraging thing for me, at least, that we can bring new people into the fold who have an interest in energy, have an interest in their futures, and can bring it forward.
Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong. Grace, are you our only nuclear engineer on this panel?
I think so. Which,
Great.
like, I actually think that's a really great thing to bring up, and I spend a lot of time with high schoolers talking about this, that I firmly believe nuclear has a place for everybody. You don't need to be an engineer. You know, there's nurses on site, firefighters on site, security staff. There's so many, like, different avenues. One of my favorite things to talk about is a lot of people, like especially young people nowadays, college is too expensive. It's not affordable. You know, it's not worth it because even a bachelor's doesn't necessarily get you what you want out of life anymore, and even a master's doesn't anymore. So like things like that where just pursuing an endless education may not pay off. You may live your life in debt. That's kind of how it is in the United States in that capacity. So a lot of young people, like I spend a lot of time talking about, okay, go straight out of high school, work as a technical operator in a power plant, become a licensed reactor operator then through the initial ILT class, and next thing you know, by the time you're 25 years old, you're a reactor operator and you're making over $200,000 a year. You know, you've got a good life, good career, good family, and everything that goes along with it. So I firmly believe that you don't need an engineering degree to work in the field. I completely agree with that sentiment.
Well, my path to nuclear was certainly not through engineering and feels sort of coincidental. And I've also had the privilege of watching Johan's very interesting journey to nuclear. Thanks to my involvement in Stand Up for Nuclear, I watched him become dude holding a sign all the way to Denmark's leading a national movement that's actually shifting sentiment in favor of nuclear power. So to kind of, you know, brag on him a little bit, when he started, more than twice as many Danes opposed nuclear power than supported it. Today, that has completely flipped. 55% of Danes support nuclear energy in Denmark, while only 25% oppose it. And the government has de facto lifted its moratorium on nuclear and is actively exploring nuclear options for Denmark's energy future. So I guess all of that to say, I don't have a better way to ask, but how are you winning so hard?
Yeah, great question, and thank you for the introduction, Maddie, and thank you for the Atlantic Council and INEC to put together this fantastic summit. And yeah, it's been a journey. It's been a real journey, and one of the people inside this room that I will have the courtesy to thank for a lot of this. He's standing right in the middle here. He was a moderator on a panel yesterday, Mark Nelson. I met him a couple of months after that I got interested in nuclear. And he brought me under his wing together with Paris Otis Weiss with the Stand Up for Nuclear organization that has been elemental and fundamental in shaping the advocacy community around, especially in Europe with different countries. What we did in Denmark was that we don't talk about nuclear to start with. So that's the thing, that when we approach people in public, when we speak to elementary schoolers, we speak to people in high schools, elderly people and so on, and other activists or politicians, we don't start talking about or rambling about nuclear, because the worst thing an advocate or a person, salesman or anyone in the industry could do talking to a person that is not inside the nuclear space is start to talk about nuclear. Because they will just become very scared, because it's a very advanced industry to talk about, and you would just be stamped as a messiah and trying to persuade people. So what we start to do is find our common ground instead. We figure out, okay, we have a climate crisis, we can agree on that. Okay, we have an energy problem, we have some problems with energy security. Okay, we want to have the most sustainable energy sources in the mix. How do we get there? There is problems. How should we decarbonize fossil fuels and decarbonize our whole system? And that can take minutes, if not 10 minutes, to have that common ground. And then, through what an old famous person, Socrates, he did back in Greece, Socratic dialogue, making them understand why nuclear is a solution instead of telling them why nuclear is a solution. So it's about asking the correct question, making them arrive at the destination of seeing, okay, maybe renewables cannot do it themselves. Okay, maybe the decarbonization is going too slow. Do we need all tools in the tool set to actually fix this? And by that end, they will ask me or one of our volunteers, what do you think? Then you have had a conversation, you have built up trust, you have built up a relationship with them, and then you'll say, what about nuclear energy? What do you think about that? And they will be much more prone to actually consider that idea because you have just had a long conversation on how bad things are going. So they will be more reluctant to actually consider nuclear energy as a solution. And then you start the train. And then you'll get them on board on the nuclear train. So that's how, in my opinion, that in our advocacy in Denmark, we are winning so much.
I think that's so important that if this is really a battle, at least for public sentiment and sort of policy-making sentiment too, of changing hearts and minds, you lead with the values. You find with common ground. You lead with what you're trying to accomplish and work backwards from there. And we've certainly seen that pay off in the US as well. We are currently enjoying almost historically high support for nuclear. We're talking about restarts, rebuilds, nth of a kind. How do we get to fleet scale? And Grace, unfortunately, I'm not going to let you answer the question of how are we winning so hard. Sorry. I'm going to make it a little darker. So earlier this week, Will and I were fortunate enough to get a tour of the Indian Point nuclear power plant. So 35 miles north of here in Buchanan. It was shut down permanently in 2021. You know, we've lost TMI, which is now coming back online, but that was 2019. In 2020, we nearly lost 2 nuclear plants in Illinois. There were others like Oyster Creek that weren't as lucky. That was like 4, 5, 6 years ago. I know that's sort of uncomfortable now that we're all excited about nuclear, but at least I worry that this hype is not sustainable or it's fragile. Mm-hmm. So what do you think we need to do? Industry, outside of industry, people in this room, what do we need to hear about how we make this into something that will last, something that regardless of what happens with AI demand and data centers and, you know, energy security, what can we do to make this actually last?
Yeah, I find it interesting. So you bring up a good point that 5 years ago, nuclear was in a very different state. To nuclear, that feels like a short amount of time. To every other industry, 5 years is a long amount of time, right? So I think that that's something that I want, like the nuclear industry, to kind of get out of their head, to be like, wow, 5 years and this much change, this is incredible, because we have the ability to change, we have the ability to adapt, we have the ability to modernize, we have the ability to grow in short amounts of time. We just have to do it. So when it comes to maintaining this hype and continuing it, right now, people are excited. They're asking the nuclear industry to make promises, and the nuclear industry is in some ways. The best thing we can do is follow up on those promises at the end of the day here. And additionally, this is from my perspective, I've got a really unique role where I have both engineering and communications work that I do with Constellation. Take control of the narrative. Like, this is the opportunity that nuclear can step in. We had for so long operated under like no news is good news, and having companies that are willing to have qualified technical people step into the spotlight and talk about this in a respectful, in a comfortable, in an educative manner, that's going to be an incredible time for so many people. And I'm really thankful for the opportunity that I have to do that, and I think it's just so much more of a step for the entire industry taking control of the initiative.
I mean, you're a testament to how much the industry is changing, that you get to be an advocate, you get to be on these panels, you get to give talks while also being in-house. You're sort of Hannah Montana, best of both worlds. But do you see...
I like it.
Yeah, but do you see that shift happening? Like, are you an anomaly, or do you think that the industry is starting to realize we need to be champions of our own technology? We've sort of been afraid of our shadow for too long. We've wanted to keep our heads down. We've not wanted to rock the boat. Do you see that changing on the inside?
I think it's changing as a result of so many young people being outspoken about nuclear, with or without company support, right? And I think companies are starting to follow, and that's like a weird statement, and I feel like not like super pro-nuclear, but we're seeing, like I talk about Gabriel Ivory's an example. He held up a sign on ESPN College Game Day that said, "I heart nuclear," and it got all across these TVs, and it became a trend at so many college game days here in the United States. And we see companies now supporting that. He's now hired and working at Constellation and supporting that sort of continued outreach and development there. We're seeing a lot of different individuals that have those technical backgrounds across the country, you know, in academic programs, making TikToks in their spare time online. We see so many people involved in this. So I certainly do think that this change is happening. We're seeing the industry change. And this brings me back to my original point that nuclear can modernize, grow, develop, and expand to adapt to the times that we live in today.
No, I totally agree. And I think we are uniquely poised to meet this moment, but I want to put an asterisk because this moment is very specific. Will is our resident Australian, and he's probably hearing all of this. The hype, the support, look at Europe changing, look at all these rebuilds and restarts, and he's thinking, you guys don't know how lucky you are. You know, Australia is going to be, or should be, an incredibly important part of call it a nuclear renaissance or this moment. They've got a lot of uranium. They're also, it's uncomfortable to say, but they're in a very important position in the world geopolitically. And the conversation there is extremely different than the conversation we're having in this room today. So Will, can you kind of give people who may not know what's happening in Australia a breakdown and maybe talk about how this international momentum may or may not be reaching you?
Well, yeah, first of all, thank you so much for having me, an Australian, at this panel. I think it's incredibly important that Australia has a role in this discussion. We've got a third of the world's uranium. We're about to get nuclear submarines through the AUKUS agreement with the UK and the US. We've got decades of experience operating research reactors, an existing respected nuclear regulator. We should really be at the forefront of this conversation, and certainly with our energy challenges at the moment, it's vital that we have nuclear in the mix. But unfortunately, whilst there's a lot of progress with the rest of the world, and we can see it in these discussions over the last 2 days, the Australian conversation at the moment is pretty bleak, and I've got a little prop. So here's some examples of pretty much in the last 2 years, just some of the material we've been subjected to in Australia. So this is from one of our conservation groups, glowing green koalas. We've got claims in Australia that 7 nuclear plants will cost $600 billion. This was from a state premier who leads Victoria of three-eyed fish and glowing green rods. And then final example is the koala with 3 eyes. And I think my purpose of sharing this with all of you is that, yes, in a lot of the world, the conversation about nuclear is progressing very quickly and becoming really mature, where we can have important discussions like this around financing and everything else, but you mustn't forget the importance of nuclear literacy and public sentiment. And certainly, we're trying to do the best that we can in Australia to advance nuclear policy. Australia is the only top 20 economy with prohibitions on nuclear power. We've also got state and territory restrictions. Then we've got uranium mining restrictions, which makes absolutely no sense. In addition, we've got restrictions on other parts of the fuel cycle. So in many respects, Australia's got, I would argue, the harshest anti-nuclear laws in the world. But there is progress and there is hope. And I think that's really come through a lot of grassroots activism, whether it's through my organisation, Nuclear for Australia. We've got 114,000 supporters, which we've mobilised across the country, raised really significant money through grassroots fundraising, reached millions of people through the traditional media in Australia, social media, etc. But I think it's going to really need to elevate, because if we're able to not only continue this conversation but get it over the line, like has happened, say, here in the US or even in the Danish example, it's going to be really important, not only for fixing the situation in Australia, but to my earlier point, I think it is of importance to the world that Australia is able to have a successful nuclear industry, especially with the level of ambition which exists at the moment.
And I know, Will, you actually brought Grace to Australia for a 10-day tour around. 10 day. Tell us a little bit about, walk us through that decision, and our international advocates like yourselves, are we having an impact outside our national borders?
I definitely so, and with the Australian example, one of the most successful arguments we've been able to make is this international comparison aspect. Now, I don't think it's fully reached Australia. There is still this really strong belief with Australia's land and wind and sunshine that we can get to 100% renewables, and I think that's probably been the biggest barrier. Is we've really, well, it might not be reflected necessarily in those ads which I showed you, but they didn't make too much of an impact in Australia, and the reason for that was we are gradually progressing through, trying to shift away from some of those ideological opposition to nuclear. But I guess returning to, the impact of the tour we did with Grace, I think went to, I'm not sure how many events, it was probably 10 days, I think.
I think it was 10.
Yeah, so we went to all of Australia's major cities and also some regional areas which had been identified by the opposition party for potential nuclear power plant sites. And collectively in those events, I think there was around 5,000 people who attended them. So it made a huge impact and really helped mobilise people. We also went in front of Australian politicians, and I know that Grace's lived experience and sharing the experience of the US was really powerful. But I think the really interesting thing for me with the impact that it made was, particularly in these regional communities, we were filling out community halls and stuff in these mainly coal communities which have been identified for nuclear plants, and weeks after we were still getting huge local media presence. And it was interesting that in the recent federal election, whilst the opposition party was unsuccessful, and that was for a variety of reasons which Australian commentators could go into, none of those seats which had been identified for nuclear plants actually changed hands. And you'd expect, if the anti-nuclear movement had been successful in all of their messaging, that it would have. So I think gradually we're seeing progress in Australia. I think it will be an exciting opportunity next year if COP31 comes to Australia in Adelaide, which will host the nuclear submarines in the state which has a Labor Premier who's pro-nuclear, in a state which has all of Australia's existing uranium exports. I think there's huge opportunities to progress the Australian debate, but as always, nuclear support is really fragile, and a lot of work needs to be invested into nuclear advocacy, all of the work that each of us do.
Johan, please.
Yes, and to follow up on what Will just said, and also what Grace said about Gabriel Ivory and Constellation and so on, I have a kind of a déjà vu kind of experience right now, because 2 years ago, or soon to be 2 years ago, I sat on a similar stage in quite a larger room at the Net Zero Nuclear Summit on the sidelines of COP28 in Dubai, where ENEC held a conference about nuclear energy and the tripling at that point, and the pledge that were put forward. And I remember one of my core messages on the stage right there were, nuclear industry needs to hire advocates. It's like the easiest way of getting a lot of young people with their hearts and minds inside. The motivation is already there, and get some very energetic people to push this narrative. And all other industries in the energy transition has done that. We see it in the renewable energy industry. We also see it sometimes also with the fusion boom that's happening now, where you get science advocates in to actually speak their case. And it's nice seeing the progress that happened in the last 2 years. I have been fortunate myself to be in the industry, being hired, had the confidence from my employees to actually also be an advocate at the same time. I work at a fund doing communications, and this is a pretty conservative industry, so having an advocate also running around on the sideline, that's a lot of trust in that. Also with you, Grace, having Miss America that are toured around the world, also working with Constellation, and also you're representing them when you're out there. And also, Will, I know that in a couple of years, after you're done at uni, you'll be in the totally same position. So it is a new wave of industry that needs to accept the fact that if we want to succeed as a nuclear industry, we need to get all players on board. We cannot stay in the same lane that we have already done, always done, because our competitors are doing the totally opposite thing. So if I could have any recommendation for people sitting in the audience representing a company or an organization, the best thing you could do for the cheapest money also is hire advocates. They are the best employer you'll have, the return on money you'll have, because they don't take that much, I can promise you, I've experienced it myself. I'm fortunate to be in another position now.
We will sell out for the right opportunity.
So, and that's the thing, like, we are not in it because of the money or because of the career or the status. We are in it with our hearts and minds. I went into nuclear because of injustice, because I saw an energy source that was treated wrongly in a country that had a nuclear ban for so many years. So I would do this whatever it takes. And I know the other people on the stage might do the same thing.
I fully agree with you. Let me push back, just devil's advocate, because many of us on this stage who have been doing this for a long time, certainly myself over 8 years, have been called a nuclear shill, despite not having worked for the industry for up until 1 year ago. Been a sellout, you're just doing this for the money. Grace, I remember your visit to Australia because the media coverage was pretty brutal at times. Not to,
you're not wrong.
Rip off the scab, but woof. And so what do you say to someone who says, sure, they care, maybe, but then isn't that a conflict of interest? Grace, can you really be a champion for nuclear while being in the House? How do you handle something like that?
Yeah, it's really funny because I had a lot of discussions with Constellation's legal team when I was hired about this exact thing. Not gonna lie. But it is something that at the end of the day, the only person that's paying me is my employer. That's the only way that I'm getting it. And I'm really thankful for the way that my position has operated, because I've never really been told okay, Grace, you go here and you say these exact talking points. That's never been the case. I've never had a forced message, because at the end of the day, what makes my message so impactful is me. What makes an advocate's message so powerful is their own voice. And having that recognition from an employer or from whatever the situation is really valuable. I think I saw that, during my time as Miss America. You're going to learn a little bit about being a Miss America. Sorry, guys. It's a paid position as well, but how the organization makes some of their money is they take booking fees to go and send their Miss America somewhere, right? But I get paid the same amount every month, no matter how many bookings, whatever it was at that time throughout that year. And that is a perfect example of, all right, people were willing to pay. My stuff doesn't change. I can tell you right now, the Miss America organization didn't give me any talking points on nuclear energy advocacy. That's not really their wheelhouse. Shocker, that might come as a surprise. But in that capacity, it's about the morals and ethics and knowing where I stand and that I've done the work. People are gonna say horrible things all the time. I had a gentleman actually I got married a month ago, and this is a short story, I promise. And I was playing with my dog out in this dog park at a campground in Montana, and this gentleman comes up to me and he's asking about my dog, and he goes, "Oh, is your dog a golden retriever or an Irish setter? Because I've got a dark red golden." And I go, "Oh, a golden retriever." And he says, "Good. Irish setters, they're kind of like Miss Americas. They're pretty to look at, but they sound stupid the moment they open their mouth." I'm not even kidding. And this man has no idea who I am, right? No idea. And I just turn and I go, "Sir, can I tell you something?" And he just looks at me and is like, "No." And we didn't even get to the nuclear engineering part. So people are gonna say horrible things, whether they know you or not, whether they know anything about you or not. There's always gonna be some type of stereotype. But at the end of the day, where's your receipts if you're making those claims, first of all? Because I'm a big proponent of all right, if you're gonna try and defame or degrade or do anything, bring proof. Because there is none to any of that. There's no shred of credibility. So I also think it helps to have the advocacy before. Most of us on stage started as industry independent advocates because we were gonna Don Quixote, save nuclear, right? And so
anytime I hear something, I'm like, where were you in Illinois in 2020 when Byron and Dresden were closing? Yeah, I don't want to hear it. Jasper, you were going to jump in on this.
Yeah, I wanted to jump in on the questions around workforce and as well on advocacy. I mean, I think we're looking at, if we do accomplish our goal of quadrupling nuclear capacity by 2050, great goal to have, and I do hope we actually accomplish it. The people, to Grace's point earlier, the people we're going to need to recruit into those jobs, we're talking about tens of thousands of people. And again, folks that don't necessarily need college degrees, that are in trades, working as welders, construction workers, pipe fitters, et cetera, et cetera. And I think the thing that we also need to capture in terms of the advocacy is the fact that we already have a phenomenal number of advocates that actually work in the industry right now that work at the power plants. And one of the things, and again, the folks in the industry here, if you have a way of actually getting some of those folks on camera and speaking about their jobs, because I can promise you the people you need to recruit now for the jobs you're going to be hiring for in 10 years are going to relate to the folks that they see in those advertisements. And it's the, this is the sort of thing that's going to scale at that grassroots level around these power plants when they're built. And yeah, we've got a lot of advocates that are working more at the federal level, showing up at conferences like this in New York, but a lot of that advocacy is going to have to happen elsewhere, and it's going to have to happen in those communities with advocates that people can really relate to. Not to say that people can't relate with us, but
no,
I mean, it's the huge growth in the industry that we need to see.
Every time I went to one of the nuclear plants I was trying to save from premature closure, it was sort of heartbreaking, but also really inspiring, because those are some of the most ardent nuclear advocates in the entire world. And yes, it's generational jobs. Yes, they don't need to have a college degree to have the house, the 2.5 kids, whatever.
The house, the vacation house to go with it. They're doing really well.
Yeah. But they just have a pride in what they do. It's interesting when you hear some of the talk about get rid of the regulation or the NRC, we've been hearing a lot of this. When I talk to nuclear workers, they're like, no, that's what makes us great, is we are operating so far below any barrier or threshold that's been set for us because we love operational excellence. So I think that's a really important point, highlighting those people, because they're champions for the technology, and that's exactly the sort of job, the sort of person we're going to need if we're actually going to be able to deliver. So to wrap up, I thought it was interesting at yesterday's opening panel, there was a comment about salt and pepper in the room, and there being a little more salt than pepper. So for those who missed it, that there's this aging problem in nuclear, that the current industry is aging out. And there was actually a question can young people meet the moment? And the specific comment was something like, will they be prepared for the next Fukushima? Which I thought was really interesting. And I have my own thoughts, but I want to hear from this panel, how do you feel about that? Is this generation going to be ready for the next nuclear accident? There will be another at some point. Are they ready for a harmless tritium leak, a project that goes over budget and behind schedule, a project failure? There will be winners and losers in the space. So what gives you hope about our ability to meet that moment? I'll start with you.
Oh, man, that's a great question. So, I mean, I think about the fact that we have a regulator that is incredibly well trusted. I think about the fact that we've got advocates that are pushing for a system that's been incredibly trustworthy for decades to continue and continue to grow. I think, will we be ready for it? Well, we have to be. And I think the way that we get there is not just about bringing the next generation in, but ensuring that the current generation that will be retiring in the not too distant future is actually mentoring the current generation, fostering that growth and ensuring that they're getting into the next position that they need to really understand how to make those processes happen when they need to happen, and especially in an emergency scenario. God forbid there's another nuclear accident in the future. I do think about the fact that every single one has been a learning opportunity for us, and the industry has grown as a result. And I mean, you were just speaking about the processes at a reactor site and how the safety culture of operating a power plant is so ingrained in everybody there. I remember the first power plant I toured was Diablo Canyon, and they took us around on a tour bus. The whole organization, we fit in one van, and every time we parked, they would stick a chalk under the back wheel, because one time, one of their van's parking brakes had failed, and they didn't want that to happen again, and that really spoke to the culture of the place. And so I have faith in the system to continue to work, and especially if we continue to advocate for it in effective ways.
Yeah, I agree, and I think the mentorship piece that you mentioned is so important, and I think I'm more optimistic than ever about that now that it looks like this is an industry that wants to grow and isn't just accepting of managed decline. Go ahead, go on.
I want to answer your question. I want to pick some points that has been told earlier on the panel, as Grace told about in the role of industry being proud, and as well as the workers that you met at those plants being proud of what they did. And this will also be my answer to the question that Grace got earlier about what do you do when people say they're conflict of interest. Mm-hmm. It's the same, for me, the same answer that you give, why do we trust the future? It's because people have to be proud of what they're doing. Because the nuclear energy industry has been one big excuse for 30 to 40 years. And it has been mobilizing negative communication in that sense. And you will meet it everywhere. When people have a nuclear conversation with you, you are the one that has to defend all of their questions. Mm-hmm. But the narrative is turning with more positive conversation, where it actually nuclear conversation, talking about the positive things, being proud about this energy source, being proud about the jobs, the future, young people getting in, proud about advocates being in roles in industry and so on. So it's actually finding that fire again that we once had in this industry and blowing it again and see like we're proud to be in the nuclear industry, not an excuse for ourselves. We're not shills, we're trying to save the planet. Yeah. And we're seeing this in advocacy and in industry, and I think here as a conference, think the AC, the Atlantic Council is doing a great job, but also ENIC. Like they trusted advocates under COP28 to talk about nuclear. And we haven't seen that before. And look at us, like we're sitting on stage, we're a couple of ones that were in COP28 because of them. We got a voice, we got out there, we got back to our countries, we talk proudly about this stuff. Mm-hmm. And look at what's changing. Imagine if all companies as them will be doing this in their own countries. We could be mobilizing hundreds, if not thousands, of people that will be working in the nuclear industry being proud. I would have 1,000 workers, proud workers, more than I would have 10,000 workers that was not proud of what they were doing. Because the efficiency and energy you put into it is invaluable compared to the other.
Yeah, I agreed. And that reminds me of the saying, people don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. And so I want people to be open to hearing from the industry, from nuclear workers, entering their communities because they see how much they care. Exactly. Grace?
Yeah. Looking at the knowledge transfer discussion, I see this firsthand with a lot of young people fresh out of college starting at Crane, at the corporate level, at sites, and it's exciting. Now, I do think that there is a lot of pressure being put on our soon-to-be retirees, I'm going to call it what it is, and our subject matter experts to, be good mentors. But I also think we do need to put just as much pressure on the young people. It is up to us to ask questions, to be confident in asking questions. Just because somebody says it is the way it is, if it doesn't make sense, ask. Get the clarity that you need, because that's how we build the strong knowledge transfer moving downwards. And I really think a lot of that comes from helping build confidence in young people that are entering this field and making sure that they're comfortable being good students and listening and learning from the experience of those that came before us. I say it a lot that, I grew up not like I was 10 years old when Fukushima happened, right? Like I didn't realize what was happening. I didn't really know what was going on at the time. I wasn't aware of it. I don't have that lived experience. that people in the industry had. Now, that doesn't mean that we can't learn from them. So I firmly and strongly believe that this generation of the workforce that is coming in, yes, has the ability to be prepared to handle this more than ever before, because we're seeing the importance of communication. We're seeing the importance of more than just the technical work. Yes, the focus and the technical skills are there. We have to bring that out in young people as mentors and as empowering them in a way. But then on top of that, make sure that the full picture is kept moving forward. Don't lose sight of public perception and all of these important balancing pieces that have built the hype and the energy and all of the excitement that we have around nuclear energy today.
I think my point would be to reflect on the age gap which exists in nuclear. And in Radiant Energy Group's recent polling, there was a 10% net gap in support among older and younger generations. It's actually older people who are more likely to support nuclear power, which might surprise some people. It doesn't surprise me too much, because I think they've got a great appreciation for energy. You know, certainly in Australia, there was a lot of blackouts during the 70s, so people understand the need for more energy and particularly more clean energy as well. But I think there's opportunities to create that same, value case and strong support within the younger generation, because broadly, I think the younger generation, they don't accept these ideological arguments holding nuclear back, whether it's with waste, safety, etc. The issue certainly that we see in Australia is the question of, well, why do we need nuclear power? And certainly there's that decarbonisation angle, but when you've got solar and wind, which are significantly more popular than nuclear, and I'd argue will be significantly more popular than nuclear will ever be, you really need to create that value case. And I think it goes back to making that case around the need for rising energy supply, particularly with AI, industry, electrification, everything that a future society will have to develop. So I think, if younger generation is going to be prepped in terms of public sentiment, if something in the future was to ever occur, there needs to be a lot of work done now to build that value case for nuclear in terms of energy abundance and energy security.
And I'm going to quickly step outside my role as a moderator and answer my own question, which is, when I heard the Fukushima comment in particular, I just thought, wait, but we kind of had that already? So I'm thinking about the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and specifically the Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant. When that hit the news, the international pro-nuclear community responded immediately. There was a WhatsApp group that put in subject matter experts that said, okay, can we get, this journalist is asking this question, who amongst us can we say, getting news straight from on the ground and disseminating it. Mark Nelson put together a Twitter thread that kept people updated, that was cited across TV, news articles, Twitter spaces were held. So I do think, there could be a whole other panel about the good, the bad, the ugly of social media and all of this. But I do think there is, because of the care and because of the new tools at our disposal, we're already showing how we are going to meet this moment differently. And maybe I'm just forever an optimist, but I do think that we're in good hands and we'll be ready when the moment comes. So I will thank all of my panelists for being such rock stars. I will also thank the Atlantic Council and ENAC. This has been a wonderful event, and looking forward to the rest of the panels today.
Thank you again to our speakers and to Maddie and to everyone who spoke this morning. We can hold in a moment for a family photo, but I would like to invite everyone to join us, please, for lunch just beyond these doors, and please come back at 12:30 when our afternoon programming will resume. Thank you.
It's great to see 2 days on nuclear on the Climate Week agenda, so congratulations for that and for bringing together so many great voices. So yeah, this is a moment when people are talking a lot about supply and demand, and the fact that we have increasing demand coming to the system, we have some supply leaving the system, and how are we going to make sure that we continue to power American growth and economic development and not have electricity be the thing that slows down job creation and AI supremacy for the country. And electrification and all the things we're here to talk about at Climate Week. So it is true, I think, to your question that integrating entirely new reactors into the system isn't a near-term solution, but obviously we need to be planning for the next generation of baseload resources when we do get to a place where we need new baseload resources. I think right now we have a lot of slack in the system. There are going to be challenges at making sure we can hit that very peak moment, and those are times when we can use demand response, storage resources, which are increasingly coming onto the system, as well as our traditional peaking assets that we have on the system. And so I think there's a lot of discussion about making sure we have those resources that can help us hit the peak, that we're using the resources that we do have on the system efficiently, and that we're planning for the next generation. For us, obviously we own or operate 25 reactors, a quarter of the US fleet here, and our focus is, of course, on making sure those machines are running perfectly. We just released our summer performance. We were at 98.8% output across our 21 reactors that we operate.
Impressive.
And that's pretty impressive. And it's also important for the next generation of nuclear, of course, to make sure that people know they can rely on these machines on the hottest day of the system and on the coldest day in the winter. And we definitely keep our eye on that ball so that we can be demonstrating to the world that these are machines you can rely on.
But wholesale prices, what are they telling you? Is this, how should we think about that with respect to planning for nuclear in the future, which, in my view, we're not going to see new nuclear plants, electrons from them on the grid until like the early 2030s. Clearly there is an uprate and a restart agenda, and that's something that you're quite in the middle of. But tying wholesale price signaling to long-term supply, bringing these new reactors online, how do you think about that?
Yeah, like I said, I think in the near term, there are other machines that will step in to help moderate those peaks, which is what drives those higher prices, particularly in a capacity market like PJM. But we do see, over the next decade, a need for these new resources to come on the system. And I think it's a combination both of what we see in the forward pricing and projections that firms like ours make of what prices will look like in 10 years, and the willingness of customers now to sign some long-term agreements that will give someone who's investing, whether it's in an uprate or a restart, in our case, we have seen customers be interested in coming and help us put the capital into those kinds of projects to make sure that those megawatts will be available. In the case of the Crane restart in 2 years, in the case of some of our uprates, over the next 3 or 4 or 5 years. But ultimately for the new reactor community as well, that will be another signal in addition to what wholesale markets are saying now, that there is a demand for the power over time. And so I think you're seeing those two things importantly come to the table now and help drive this conversation about the new reactors.
So to put a finer point on it, you believe that the energy demand thesis is strong. From data centers, you still believe that that's strong, say 0 to 5 years out. I don't know, you can comment on 5 to 10 years out, but beyond just that push, what does the demand signal look like for new electrons? Say 0 to 5 and then 5 to 10 years out.
The two agreements that we've announced in the last year for the Crane restart and then for an agreement that we signed with Meta for one of our Illinois reactors, for which we will devote the existing capacity plus some uprated megawatts. Those were 20-year contracts. So we are seeing a willingness to contract long-term, which frankly, back not that long ago when we were shutting down reactors and we tried to market long-term contracts for zero carbon, high capacity factor machines, we had no takers for that. So I do think you are seeing that longer term signal. When it comes to a new reactor, I would assume that 20 years, maybe even longer, would be certainly welcomed by the developers and hopefully welcomed by some customers as well.
Talk to me about what has recently passed in Washington, the budget reconciliation change. How did it change the landscape for clean energy investment overall? OBBB, not only do you operate nuclear, but you have a very large clean energy portfolio. The ramifications of what's coming out of Washington, or has come out of Washington, how do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, I think the demand side, and you mentioned this in your last question, for clean energy among large data economy customers, but beyond that is still very, very strong. I mean, we see both mandatory clean energy procurements under state laws, for example, continuing, but also a very large increase in corporate demand, supported by, in some cases, the continuing credits under the OBBB bill for things like storage, certainly for existing nuclear, and then also for new nuclear, but also for things like carbon capture. Like, people don't pay attention to that, but that credit in the OBB actually increased in size.
Right. For utilization, yes.
That's right, for using it for EOR and for other sources beyond sequestration. So, from that perspective, there are still federal support mechanisms for a whole host of different types of clean energy. And it often gets lost in the shuffle that there is still that support in the code.
Thinking about sticking with the clean energy portfolio broadly and setting nuclear aside, if nuclear is a 5+ year investment, new nuclear that is, and thinking about new natural gas, and there's a constraint in the ability to turn molecules into electrons, it seems, even though renewable energies have gotten a little bit of the short end of the stick coming out of what's passed recently, it seems like that plus storage is the growth opportunity for clean energy. It's not necessarily clean firm, but that is the most available equipment. To what extent would you agree with that, and how might we update our thinking around that?
Yeah, I mean, certainly in terms of cost, not cost, time to build, there's an advantage. I mean, these are resources that there's an enormous market demand for, and we have a lot of history building. But we do have supply chain challenges. There are provisions in the code that are going to be more challenging once they take effect when you're using resources, or source material that's from out of the country, for example. So I don't think it's entirely as rosy as you said. I think there are some headwinds, not the least of which is, you can move forward with projects that are under construction under the current revision to the credit, but once you sort of pass the deadline that's looming, there's going to be a little bit more of a challenge. But as I said, the demand for the resources is strong among corporate buyers, and they can be put onto the system quickly, which is important in this moment where we want to make sure that we can keep the lights on around the clock. So I think for things like storage and solar, the market will stay strong.
Fascinating. Talk to me about uprates. So again, setting aside new nuclear for a moment, I always think about this nuclear layer cake. If we want to have a robust nuclear economy in the US, first of all, keep what's running, and you're doing that. Those reactors that prematurely went offline and are viable, bring them back online. You're doing that as well. Uprating, there's an opportunity there. It's not dozens and dozens of gigawatts, but there's some. That seems like it's the next layer before getting into new reactors. And why I layer it this way is, if there's risk in the system in terms of building new reactors, and some of that risk is actually execution risk, then there's nothing like getting reps, being able to go and plan these outages, to create the engineering, to plan the construction and so forth, to build that skill set, to essentially make the talent ready for, to some extent, this renaissance of new builds that could be coming in the future. How do you think about uprates and the ability to translate that skill set to new builds sometime in the future?
Yeah, in your layer cake, I would put license extensions first, though, because I do think that's the biggest climate impact that we can have, is making sure all the reactors make it to 80 years and potentially beyond that. We have a hydro dam in Maryland that's 100 years old. There is no reason that we can see why these stations can't stay well beyond mid-century, potentially even closer to the end of the century, as long as we keep putting in the capital every year, which we do. So license extensions are an important piece of the puzzle. But when you talk about uprates, there are various types of uprates that can be done. In our case, we've done some already. Back when prices were high 15 years ago, we did do some. But now we're looking at what additional megawatts can we get out of every single type of uprate at every single one of our sites where that's a possibility. The smaller ones are what's called measurement uncertainty recapture. It's essentially better mechanics on how you measure feed water flow, and you get more megawatts. Usually it's like 20 to 30 megawatts from that, all the way up to things what we call an extended power uprate, where we're actually putting in lots of new equipment, multi-billion-dollar effort there that starts to feel more like building something brand new, because we are replacing major pieces of equipment. We need to get NRC approval of that. We need to get a new interconnection. So we need the grid to be able to say we can take 20% more out of this reactor. So those are much, much bigger projects, and they take a lot more of the manpower, person power that you mentioned. But I think it's a good analogy. I mean, we do have the one you made to the work we're doing now and how that's going to translate into the new reactor workforce. We are used to bringing thousands of people onto this site every year for these crazy rocket docket refuel outages that we do. We do thousands and thousands of maintenance activities. We put in new equipment, we put new fuel in, and so we bring in 1,500 people at a time to do these round-the-clock refuel outages over the course of 3 weeks. So we're used to mobilizing big teams. We're getting more practice with that, with this work we're doing now on the uprates and then with the restart. But it is a whole order of magnitude difference to think about the workforce we're going to need to actually build a new reactor. And we're trying to be very realistic about that, and working with some of our universities to fund programs that are bringing people in on the engineering side. But obviously, it's the trades. If anyone was here for the last fantastic panel among the young advocates, they talked about this, and our own Grace Stanke talked about this in particular. She's a nuclear engineer, former Miss America, but she was talking about how when she talks to young people, she makes clear that you don't have to have a 4-year degree to get into new nuclear or to get into nuclear. There's a lot of very high-paying, family-sustaining jobs that you can do just having gone through an apprenticeship program in one of the trades and work your way up. In fact, our former CEO never finished his college degree, not the one we have now, but the last one. And he worked his way up, starting as a pipe fitter at a nuclear plant. So those are messages that we need to get out to people, that these are jobs that are out there and that are available. But we also have to build that infrastructure along with our allies in the unions to make sure that workforce for the next big reactor build out. We don't call it a renaissance. We're trying not to, get out over our skis. We have a lot of work to do as an industry to make sure that this happens, but that we can build that team necessary to make sure this happens as close to on time and on budget as possible.
Sure, yeah. So we're not going to call it a renaissance, but let's think about 6.5 years in the future, and we're successful in starting to move forward with new builds, but not just any new builds. Some of you have probably heard me drone on about order books, and one durable signal to bring a lot of new talent into the space, especially on project management and construction and engineering, is that you have a job for decades. An order book could do that, right? And let's take, in my mind, the lowest technical risk technology, which is the AP1000, and say we're going to go and build 10 of those. It was in executive order. So,
yeah, it's been thought of already, yeah.
Right, it's been thought of. I mean, there's a thought, now we just have to translate that thought into execution. So let's just say we imagine we are successful in 2032, and we're moving forward with a build of 10 reactors. What happened between now and then that led to that success? And then what worries you as like the gating functions that may prevent us from getting to that promised land?
Yeah, I mean, I think those are sort of the same question. I mean, the things that have to happen, and I'll talk about that, are the things that I'm worried won't happen and why we won't be in that place. We'll go 10 years and we'll still be saying that the next generation of nuclear is around the corner.
Okay.
But we do have to start now, and I think we are. I mean, not just Constellation, but across the industry, and what the last 2 days are about is people getting together on finishing and finalizing the designs that are out there. It is true that AP1000 is a bad example here, but we have a lot of other new technologies that are working very hard, both internally as well as with the regulator, to figure out what exactly are the parameters of these machines. How can we make sure, A, that they work and that they have the same level of reliability and hopefully some other features, like maybe ability to ramp, for example, but easier to maintain, passive safety systems, all that. That those processes continue and they get the level of attention and speed that is necessary so that we can get to a point where we can get to an order book, not just for new large reactors, but hopefully also for the smaller reactors as well. So it's the design work and the associated licensing, attention to that design work. We have a lot of work to do on finance. You know, so this is going to sound like just rehashing the agenda of this meeting, because we've had panels on all of these topics, but on the financing side, working together with industry, with the OEMs, with the EPCs, and with some sources of capital, and sort of figuring out how that risk is going to be allocated among all those parties.
And I completely agree. These are similar themes, but let's step back 12 months and then look to where we are today. Have you seen movement? Is there encouragement on, because I always hear we need to work together. Yes, we all need to work together, right? We need to share, yes, we need to share risk, of course. And then I usually hear these around dinner tables and we all like have a dessert and go home, right? So I wonder, is the level of seriousness increased in the past 12 months amongst those who can share risk and come up with ideas on how to do that in acceptable ways? And more than a yes would be appreciated.
Well, I was going to say yes again, but I also was trying to figure out a polite way to say it's probably the case that not everyone is going to share every conversation that they're having outside of their own companies. But I can tell you, within the conversations that we're having, the level of not just working together, but actual discussions about what is it going to take. Here's a model. Does this work? Okay, it doesn't. What about this? And you're doing that in a number of different places with a number of different parties who are interested in a number of different technologies. So we may be sort of in the middle, because we're clearly of the view that if we're going to build out the next generation of reactors, we should look at the existing sites as a place where we can do it in a more cost-effective way. We already have all the seismic, electric, water, the things you need, plus the community support. So it may be that we're sort of triangulating among a lot of these conversations, and you don't get the same answer from everyone that you're getting from me. But the number of rooms that we get invited into to talk about, how about this, how about that, is absolutely growing in the last year. It's way beyond this would be lovely, and like how are we going to actually get this done. And I have to say, I mean, I don't know if she's still in the room, but Julie at the DOE started bringing people together on these type of conversations more than just 1 year ago. Yeah. So a lot of the ideas that are percolating sound familiar from some of the discussions that DOE was having in the last administration too.
So increase in seriousness, I agree. would you hope for in the next 12 months then? And if we're on this trajectory of increased seriousness, people are coming together in compelling and unique ways, what do you hope for over the next 12 months? What do you think is still missing?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's those sorts of collaborations that we were just talking about, like having announcements that are more than just an MOU, and we're agreeing to talk about maybe doing something together someday, but actual transactions coming together. And, you know, I from the dinners that I go to, I do hear other parties talking about some of those types of, you know, exciting developments that are happening in states around the country. You know, in our states, we have, like, for example, here in New York, the governor saying, I want a gigawatt of new nuclear, and I'm putting this agency over here in charge of making sure that that happens. We're going to have a lot of process. We're going to do a lot of work to figure out what that looks like. We're not rushing anything, but this is what the goal, this is what winning looks like. Texas has gone through a similar process. Maryland passed a bill last spring inviting new nuclear and putting a program in place for state support for that. So, you know, you're starting to see those kinds of welcome mats being laid out by different governors. And so now I think people just need to cross the threshold and say, okay, this is how I would get it done. I would hope we have some of those announced in the next 12 months as an industry.
Probably one of my last questions then, because I'm looking at the time. You brought up the role of states, and I think we often look to the federal government as sticks and carrots that help shape the industry. And you did illuminate a few examples of what's happening at the state level. What more would you want from, doesn't have to be specific states, but either at the governor level, at the PUC level, at FERC, that you would, well, which is not state obviously, but that you would think that would be helpful for progress toward order book formation, again at the state level?
Yeah, I mean, you know, you might have heard me 5 years ago say, we should have a consistent clean energy policy. We shouldn't have individual programs for each individual type of technology, and that's an optimistic view of life. It's not a realistic view of life. We have individual programs for different types of technology, and they're often designed to match what that technology needs. In the case of nuclear, with a much longer construction cycle, but a much longer asset life, we're going to need to think about different tools at the state level. And ideally, they would recognize that difference in you know, how the unit comes onto the system and supports the reactor in a way that's not just on a per megawatt hour output basis, but you know, supports the development pre-COD. And I think there's some discussions going on about that in different places that I think would distinguish it from an asset that only takes 18 months to build and, you know, has a much shorter asset life. So that's one example, but, you know, and you saw this happen in Texas in their legislature last year. They enacted a nuclear development fund, $200 million to sort of help projects get through that period where you're assessing, you're doing all that pre-construction work, the licensing, engineering, and you know, that should help quite a bit.
You did bring up Texas, and this will likely be my last question then. And you mentioned this fund, this $350 million fund. What do you see that being used for? And if another state wanted to emulate that, what are ways that they could update its structure or how it's being accessed? I think that type of guidance might be helpful for those in the states that would want to look to that as an archetype to think about.
Yeah, that's a great question. And, you know, since it hasn't really gotten started yet, I'm not in a position to critique it. But if you just want me to guess, like the amount of work that needs to happen just to get to the point where you have an operating license from the NRC, I mean, that is hundreds of millions of dollars right there. Even if you're starting from a brownfield site, there is a lot of work that you have to do. And money that is out the door before you even really get to a final investment decision. So I'm guessing that that's the kind of activity that people who try to take advantage of that fund will ask for Texas to support.
And you would think that this should be a model for other states to consider then?
I mean, I think it's a good first step. I mean, if you actually wanted to develop, like you in your hypothetical, 10 new reactors by 2030, it's probably going to be challenging to do all that with that size of a fund, but it's definitely a start.
Great. I think we'll leave it there.
Okay.
Kathleen, thank you so much for this. I really appreciate it. And everyone, please offer thanks.
Good job.
Thank you so much to Steve and to Kathleen. Kathleen, I really appreciated what you said about state governors rolling out the welcome mat to nuclear. I think this is so important, and I think there were really a handful of states that have stepped forward and that have said that they all want to be first in deploying next generation reactors, and I hope that they are all first. But I think, even among those states, I think it's clear that really one of the leaders is Tennessee. Not ready yet for the full Tennessee panel, but in the meantime, I think that the next panel that we're going to hear on opportunities for domestic nuclear energy deployment really gets at this nexus of innovation, of industrial demand, that we're seeing in Tennessee specifically, and I'm really excited for this discussion. And I'm delighted to welcome to this panel Nico McMurray, who is Managing Director for International and Nuclear Policy at ClearPath. And Nico will moderate this discussion. And delighted to welcome the other speakers to this panel as well. And please come on up. Don't be shy. And Nico, I am so pleased to turn this over to you to introduce your speakers and to moderate this conversation. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Jennifer, for the introduction, and thank you to the Atlantic Council and ENEC for the invitation to be here today and just putting on this great conference and great discussion. As Jennifer mentioned, my name is Nico McMurray. I'm the Managing Director of International and Nuclear Policy at ClearPath. We're a Washington, D.C.-based policy and advocacy organization. I'm really excited today, joined by a great group of panelists, do a quick round of intros for them before kind of just jumping in some of the discussion. So right here we have Jeff Olson, who's the Vice President of Business Development and Finance at Kairos Power. He has over 10 years of managing strategic energy and technology growth initiatives. He has consulted for Fortune 500 companies on business growth and systems development, and has a long history of kind of background in different organizations and entities, really trying to figure out, again, how to bring projects to market. In the middle, we have Amanda Peterson-Corio, who's the Global Head of Data Center Energy at Google. Amanda's been at Google for nearly 10 years, starting as senior lead for energy for their global data centers. And she's moved and worked on a couple different regions and different sectors around, again, data centers and energy, and now oversees the entire program. And then last but not least, all the way over there, we have Matt Rasmussen, who's the Chief Nuclear Officer at TVA. Matt has over 20 years of nuclear reactor engineering, maintenance, and operating experience. He's had multiple roles at Browns Ferry and Sequoia Nuclear Plant, including Site VP at both, and he was also a licensed senior reactor operator. So again, really appreciate being joined by three incredible panelists. So, given a little bit of background and history, I think it's really good to recognize that we're in a really good place right now. And I say that on the nuclear industry. We've had a lot of bipartisan policy support, looking at all sorts of different targets of what is it going to take to build new nuclear. We've had support for technology development, improving the regulatory framework, funding things for reactors and fuel, tax incentives, and exports. We've seen this continued over multiple Congresses and multiple administrations. We also have today something that's really unique that the industry hasn't really had before, and that is demand growth. A lot of different estimates. I'll give you a couple here. According to the Department of Energy, data centers are expected to consume, between kind of 7 and 12% of U.S. electricity by 2028, up from about 4.5% a couple years ago. Bank of America looking at, kind of 2.5% growth rate for electricity, up from 0.5% over the last decade. And that's just looking at data centers. That's not looking for other areas of demand growth. Some estimates really think we should double or need to triple electricity generation over the next several decades. And so we're really looking at this kind of unique moment in time. There's a lot of headlines, a lot of press releases, a lot of announcements, which are all great. And while we have some projects that have broken ground, and we'll get to those in a bit, we haven't seen this widespread deployment yet. We're getting there, but we're not quite there yet. But all of these companies are really leading the way. Kairos has 2 construction permits. They're also kind of the leaders when it comes to really thinking creatively about the regulatory structure and also really bringing in-house manufacturing to different components that they know they're going to need, not just for their early reactors, but kind of that widespread deployment. Google has a really bold announcement, we'll talk about it a bit, for 24/7 carbon-free energy, and they're taking action on that. They're investing not just in nuclear technologies, but a wide suite of clean energy technologies, but not just because they need the electricity, but also trying to figure out what is it going to take to scale those technologies. And then lastly, TVA operates several nuclear plants, a lot of operating experience, a lot of workforce, a lot of history there. They have also pioneered a new way to site and do emergency planning rules for new reactors. That's going to actually be a game changer for all the technologies under development as well. They're also partnering, not just with Kairos, but other new reactor vendors to also figure out how to build and operate these. And so we have a lot of interest, we have a lot of momentum, and I'm hoping we can really dive in today a little bit more of just why are all your companies interested and care about nuclear. Last, before we really jump into the questions, many of you might be aware, all 3 of these organizations have a partnership. Google really kind of coming together with a reactor developer and a utility, you have this unique moment. And I think that something I've been saying for a while, you're having new technologies, and what that is doing is opening up new markets. It's also opening up new companies that are interested in the nuclear sector. And so this agreement is for 500 megawatts of new nuclear to come online by 2035 in support of Google's load growth. In particular, what this has caused is Kairos, with their Hermes 2 reactor, so one of the 2 test reactors they're building in Oak Ridge, Tennessee, slightly changing the design to make it bigger to a 50 megawatt single reactor. And that's targeted to begin operations in 2030, and it's going to work towards that 500 megawatt goal. TVA will purchase that electricity, and that electricity will be used by Google kind of for credit for their data center operations in the Tennessee Valley region. Again, great opportunity of highlighting some of this collaboration and interest from 3 very different partners. Creating that demand growth, really creating kind of the market signal to do that. And so with all that said, we're going to jump into some of the questions. I'm going to start with Amanda to kick things off. It's been more than 5 years that Google's really announced this 24/7 carbon-free energy growth. A lot of things have changed since then on demand growth and interest. And so can you comment on how Google is really looking at this goal in light of this demand growth and kind of this urgency and need for energy, and really how you plan on meeting it, not just with the project here, but broadly?
Yeah, hi, thank you for having me. So as mentioned, it was in 2020 that we actually first set this 24/7 carbon-free energy goal. And just for a little background, we set that after meeting our 100% annual matching goal for renewable energy and realizing, well, we still rely on carbon. So we were anticipating the capacity problem before the capacity problem, which is to say, how are we going to get clean around-the-clock energy in a more firm capacity way? So from the very beginning, nuclear was always on our agenda as a beautiful way to meet clean, firm power in this country. It took a few years for the rest of the ecosystem to agree, and I think as you pointed out in the very beginning, you should not underestimate the importance of demand, right? So the 2 things that has really changed since 2020 is number 1, the growing demand, but number 2, the scale of the demand. And both of those, in addition to the clean energy attributes of nuclear energy, really put nuclear in the best position to really grow and get a lot of energy, no pun intended, behind it. We remain committed, just to be completely clear, to our clean energy goals. And if anything, what we're seeing is a lot more investments and support and innovation on some of these newer technologies. Really not just thinking about what do we need for this decade, but constantly planting the seeds for what's going to be needed next decade when a lot of this will really show up in scale.
Awesome, thank you. Jeff, question for you. You mentioned kind of a long history and kind of bringing projects to market and kind of this strategy. You've worked in other industries such as energy storage and fuel cells. How has your work from those previous experiences and previous sectors really helped your approach when you're now working at Kairos, which is looking to commercialize a new nuclear technology and, frankly, fuel as well?
Yeah, I mean, could it really? Is it possible? First of all, I think at Kairos I benefit from being surrounded by colleagues with decades of history, and it's been a steep learning curve to come into this space. But commercializing nuclear technology and new nuclear projects isn't all that different in some respects than looking at other areas of new energy technology. I'll look at two different aspects of it. One is business model innovation. When energy storage came online more commercially and for utilities about a decade ago, it was before that, but I mean, when we really start to see the uptick, it wasn't commodity market ready, right? And so one of the things, the company I was at, STEM, we served Southern California Edison by pairing with commercial customers to help them solve a capacity problem. And we created one of the first virtual power plants in the market, right? And it wasn't at the time when utilities were ready to buy and sign up for energy storage alone, but when we brought together and identified a value proposition where a commercial party could benefit, work with utility to bring something at scale online, that was one of many things to help to increase scale, and EVs helped with this too, but to drive down the cost of energy storage, which is now roughly 70–80% reduction from where it was then. So business model innovation applies here. We've created something new together that didn't exist in the marketplace, and it helps to protect ratepayers while helping us each get various aspects of what we need. The other aspect that is very much part of STEM is understanding the importance of iterations to drive down cost curves and to improve maturity of product. And we'll draw on Bloom in that case. Bloom produces fuel cells. Fuel cells primarily run on natural gas, although there's biofuels, et cetera. And we came to learn very quickly once we had customer deployments how different natural gas can be from one region to the other, whether that's moisture or purity, and that can really have an impact on the serviceable life of your fuel cells. So those iterations helped us to drive down cost and improve reliability. What we're doing at Kairos is we're trying to get in front of that before we're deploying to the full extent possible in a heavy hard tech industry and run through multiple non-nuclear iterations before we hit a Hermes series. Do a Hermes iteration, and that's a non-grid tied unit, before we begin to serve TVA and Google. So there's a lot of application across technology, and the core concepts certainly can apply. And now fuel cells are in a pretty sweet spot being able to deliver right now, as it's going to take us until about 2030 to get out there. So you see these technologies sort of coming and going and finding their place.
That's great. Love the different market approaches and partnerships. Matt, question for you, kind of looking at TVA's long history of operating large reactors and doing it, very well for decades. How does utility with that experience really come to kind of look at some of these new technologies and really evaluate, what would it ultimately take to enter into a partnership like with Kairos?
Well, I think we do have a lot of experience operating large gigawatt scale plants. No one's operated a small reactor, right? At least from the US perspective. And so when we looked at, what do we want to bring on first, I want to be really clear, it's an all-in approach. So there is going to be small modular reactor deployment. There is going to have to be gigawatt scale deployment. We are technology agnostic when it comes to what we bring to the grid from that perspective. I'll be honest, if I could strap my mother-in-law to a bike with a generator and hook her up to the grid, and if she was cost effective, I would do that, right? So we are looking in for, really where do we bring the power to the grid and what's the quickest way to do that? So we really evaluated from, one thing we really liked about Kairos, and I think we talked about, is that iterative approach that they've taken. I think that's unique a little bit in some of the developments of how it's being done, some of the non-nuclear approaches they've taken. I really felt like we feel like that was a real positive for them. Their commercial readiness for deployment, I think, is a real also positive. Yeah. We talked about how they're building the factory along the way. So we've really analyzed all those things, but just to be clear, it is all in. It is not just a small modular reactor that's going to make this work for us, right?
Absolutely.
It's going to be all in.
Yeah, and kind of a quick follow-up with that. What experiences are you as TVA really bringing, kind of as an organization, but even with your background, on the operational side, how are you looking at, maybe what are some of the challenges that, are going to have to be overcome for a new technology, entering and connecting to the grid, but also just kind of the experiences that TVA is able to bring as well?
Well, one of the things we bring is a long history and you talked about innovative approach to site. And that is, we've really gone through and evaluated our entire grid. We serve 10 million people across 7 states. We've identified 4 primary sites, 4 alternate sites, so there's 8 potential deployment sites. We've started the environmental work to bring it. So we bring that licensing expertise to that. We've submitted a construction application for Clinch River at this point as well. So we bring that piece of it. We also bring in the insight in from an operations perspective of, hey, that sounds really great, but what's the reality of executing this part of the plan or this part of the plant, and the systems, the design functions, and how it matters and how the components maintain. Because we can go build all kinds of great reactors if you can't maintain them and operate them, we're not going to build any more of them, right? And so that's the type of things that we bring as an operator to the table.
Yeah, definitely. Amanda, Jeff mentioned kind of this is a new arrangement, this kind of power purchase agreement arrangement. It is also new, obviously for Google as well, kind of looking at this. How do you see this as becoming something that could be replicable? Like, what are maybe some of the pros and cons? What are some of the opportunities and challenges? And what are, for other technologies that Google's looking at, like, where are you also taking some of those lessons learned into something like this?
Yeah, I'm going to touch on something that maybe is different than the standard things that we need to do and scale to get to replicable. So thinking about it from a customer perspective, we're spending a lot of time in thinking about what is the way that we as a customer can actually drive demand, whether it's through our purchases or through investing or other ways that we can actually get this stuff on the grid. We're trying. And one of the biggest things is we have to make a new utility rate class in our regulated utility markets where most of these nuclear experience is, right? Kathleen was on earlier and she's in PJM, where in theory in certain places in PJM I can contract in theory directly with someone like Kathleen or Constellation. TVA obviously is public power, and then other utilities. We have to actually design a way where as a customer, we can do 2 things. Number one, get the benefit of the capacity. We talked about scale and how nuclear is the perfect fit. If we're just buying energy and not capacity, we're leaving value on the table that isn't properly being monetized. And number 2, ensuring that that cost of nuclear, particularly now as it's new and we're driving new technologies, is fully borne by the customer that is wanting to pay for that and put that on the grid, and not borne by other ratepayers, particularly now as we see energy costs going up. And so it's really focusing on that market design structure. Last year we announced a new utility rate structure with NV Energy in Nevada. We did that through to allow for advanced technology with geothermal. But the structure is really replicable and something that we can do with different utility providers. And since last year, we've seen 6 states either emulate that structure or bring it within, it's being talked about within the Regulatory Commission, to try and have it ready for us, or people like us, or customers I should say like us, so that we can continue to drive this at scale quickly and not have to take a long time to build that structure over and over and over again.
That's great.
If I could just build that, I mean, I think we're seeing, as we understand the role of commercial and industrial customers as catalysts, the utilities that are taking, and the states that are taking action to move down this path, I think we're sensing there's a strong draw towards those markets, right? Capacity is so critical. It's just a different world than we're living in right now. So those programs and that leadership, I think, will really start to drive where we see future technologies deployed.
Yeah, no, that's great.
Yeah.
Coming back to you, Jeff. Mentioned a couple times this iterative approach. I mentioned kind of the manufacturing in-house. The supply chain is one of the biggest challenges to building new nuclear, and you guys are taking very clear steps to be able to kind of bring a lot of that in-house. Can you walk through like some of that experience and what you have really learned from trying to do this, and in many cases create a supply chain for your technology?
Yeah. So there are 2 aspects of that are fundamental that have been said a few times here, and I'll just make sure to call them both out. It's the combination of that vertical integration and taking on the complicated components, especially those most closely associated with nuclear islands, so that vertical integration. And it's also the iterative approach that we're taking. You asked about prior experience. You mentioned in my prior life at Accenture, oftentimes we saw integrations and M&A. Those are tough deals, and unfortunately, the degree of success that you can observe is low. When you combine the two together, though, and you develop a culture of learning and you develop databases of information through the iterative process, when you start to integrate vertically, there's a strong relationship that drives success out of those programs. So where Kairos has been able to benefit from vertical integration include fuel fabrication. We're not enriching, but we're running fuel fabrication, graphite vessels. And these aren't only about driving cost reductions, but it's also about improving schedule certainty. Supply chains can be fragile. We're not going to likely make our own turbines. There are mature markets out there, mature partners that we can work with. But there are a number of things within the nuclear island and related which are helpful. And we've already seen results from this approach with ETU1. So we're doing 3 non-nuclear, increasingly prototypic units, ETU1, 2, and 3. ET1, the vessel arrived. The supply chain worked through COVID. They did as well as anyone could. But after quality assurance testing, it was slightly out of spec. We had already developed the capabilities to fabricate and shape our own graphite blocks, which make up the core of the reactor. They weren't going to fit in that vessel. But by being able to walk around down the hallway and work with the team there to do that, we took multiple steps out. We didn't have to determine, is there a slot in an already tight supply chain, right? Negotiate, get scripts over, and then redesign everything. We're able to do that internally. That's sort of the proactive, coincidental benefit we had. The reactive is we're now fabricating our own vessels. And we're exploring with conventional welding techniques, and we're working with a partner to produce an electron beam weld on our latest. So a lot of important work that we're doing in this space to help reduce supply chain risk.
No, that's great. Kind of building off the kind of cost, going to go to you, Matt. TVA, so we participated in one of the many groups with TVA's Integrated Resource Plan most recently. It's not formally published yet, it's a draft, but it does look at new nuclear, specifically AP1000s and ultimately GE, so just using that as a placeholder for any kind of new technology. And the cost estimates were kind of high, about $13,000 a kilowatt for an AP1000, and about 18,000 kilowatts, or dollars per kilowatt for, let's say a generic small modular reactor. That's a challenge. That'd be a challenge for any company to really kind of make and pencil out. So I guess as you're looking at, again, bringing down costs, making sure it's a viable option for kind of the organization and the utility, how are you kind of looking at this partnership, and again, what TVA can help to kind of bring down those costs, prove this out, and really see what the long-term benefits are?
Well, we talked about the iterative approach that Kairos has taken. I think that will play itself out in other developers as well. As far as like our role in that, it's really around supplying the workforce, supplying the expertise around that to help with that. I will tell you, one thing we don't talk about, we talk about a lot of innovation in a factory. But at the end of the day, there's a lot of on-site construction. And I was involved in the restart of Browns Ferry Unit 1. Of course, we started up Watts Bar Unit 2, which is the first new nuclear unit in this century. We can't do the future designs like we did those designs. I can't send the worker of tomorrow into the field with a 6-inch 3-ring binder saying, go figure out how to build this thing, right? It is, like I have an 18-year-old son. I know he cannot do that, right? He doesn't even have a textbook. Everything's on a computer. And so innovation is where I think we can help in construction, because we do have some of that experience. It is necessary for us to be able to do this. I really don't want to underplay that. I just think that's such an important part of how we're going to be successful is innovation in construction, not just operation and design. And you've all heard the stories of the people pulling the wagons with binders of work packages. It is real, and it cannot be the way of the future in how we construct these. And I think having that operating experience of having done that and lived that pain, we can bring some of that approach, and we all need to come to the table with that as part of our big effort we do.
Yeah, and I'd love to maybe go to you, Amanda, on this as kind of the leveraging kind of technology and kind of the digital innovation for some of this. Can you comment on kind of how Google is maybe looking at this to really help with, streamlining some of these processes or the use of AI or some of these things?
Sure. I'm just chuckling, imagining my own children carry. They don't even know how to use a hole punch. They're like, what is this? Anyway, yeah, absolutely. We need to bring the technology of the future to today. And this is where we've done this for the grid, but we're also looking at where we can do this in the nuclear industry. And let me start with the former and then move to the latter. Earlier this year, we shared how Tapestry, which is an X company, but formerly part of Alphabet, is working with PJM to help solve the interconnection queue problem, as well as look at how can we take all of these separate models, of which there are many, and run them together in an aggregated model, so we're not just running one or two scenarios for the grid, but we're able to do a suite of solutions. I mean, this is the beauty of AI and AI optimization. We earlier, I guess it was in July, announced with Westinghouse is partnering with us with our Google Cloud product to figure out how can they streamline processes within their own design by using Google Cloud products and really leverage AI to not only save costs, save money, but also save time in actually how they're building and continuing to improve the reactors. So this is something that we are leaning into I say, the irony cannot be lost on us that we need power and we need to bring AI to the power sector to be able to help solve these problems, and we're leaning in a big way.
That's great. Couple questions, want to shift a little bit around workforce. We'll start with you, Jeff.
Yeah.
Now, Kairos obviously building 2 reactors in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. Headquarters is in Alameda, California, doing a lot of research, testing work there. You also have Albuquerque, where you're doing a lot of the manufacturing. Those are 3 very different programs in many cases. Need 3 very different skill sets and many things within that. How are you approaching that when it comes to workforce? Attracting the workforce, training the workforce, and kind of where are you on that, not just in the near term, but how are you looking at it for the long term?
Yeah, also 3 different labor markets
Yes,
as well.
very much
so. And that plays into it. Investing in the local community, investing with universities in their programs. So let's talk about Tennessee. And as I step into this, in addition to investing, it's also working with partners like TVA and benefiting from the long and rich history of construction that you all have done in the region, and having a workforce that's there, which I think there are many others that will benefit from. Kairos has worked with Roane State, Chattanooga State, University of Tennessee, and others to develop programs. It was about a year ago that we announced a reactor simulator program with UT Knoxville. Those programs are important. We've also done an incredible amount of workforce development in New Mexico. I've had the opportunity, and many of us have, to work with emerging technologies. There are oftentimes a lot of ambitions in terms of what one can do in terms of hiring. Sometimes those don't come true. Kairos and my colleagues on the HR and the technology development side have done a fantastic job of seeing through on those commitments. And I think that's an important part of it, right? It's building that trust that those targets aren't just there to get the site or to get the benefit, but also to deliver and build the resources. And we benefit from that immensely. The other aspect of it is making a concerted effort to build continuity of work, right? We're building 2 demonstration units in Albuquerque, right? We've built one, now we're building the second in modular form. And we have multiple manufacturing lines, graphite fuel vessel, et cetera. So that's a fair amount of continuity of work that labor force can have. Some of that labor force then transfers over to Tennessee, where we're building the 3rd engineering test unit. And part of being able to build a labor force is knowing that we can translate between the 2. And then at that site, that will be our last engineering non-nuclear test unit, our first non-grid tied reactor, and then the first grid tied that we're all connected on, right? And so that's a fair amount of work where either we have sequential opportunity for this labor force, and we also have in parallel sequence, if that makes sense. So if there is, and there are in projects like this, a delay from time to time, many of that team have similar work that can be done on other projects. Sometimes, depending on how the labor is structured, you have to be careful how you navigate that and set that up right, but that's part of learning how to do this. So there's been a lot of investment, and it's certainly paid off.
Matt, please chime in as well.
Yeah, so there is a lot of investment that's already been done. We really appreciate that in our area. We are very blessed in Tennessee Valley to have a couple of things. One is the University of Tennessee's nuclear engineering program is world class. I think it's the largest graduate program in the country. It is absolute world class. So our ability to draw nuclear talent into the Tennessee Valley is pretty easy. If you think about it, we're all histories of our business. I think about the Manhattan Project. Where did nuclear energy start? It started in New Mexico, right, Los Alamos. It started at the Chicago Pile, and then it started at Oak Ridge, Tennessee. So there is a long, long, rich history of the nuclear industry in Tennessee itself, and that has grown, already has a great ecosystem around it. What you're seeing from us is a really investment from our state and from Tennessee Valley Authority to continue to develop that ecosystem. So you're seeing investments like Orano coming into the area. You see General Matter coming into the Kentucky area. You're seeing a lot of investment in that space because we're building that nuclear ecosystem, and the jobs and the development are coming along with that ecosystem, which is really important. The other thing is, I mentioned our really good relationships with our unions. You know, we're a union shop, going to be construction for a lot of our work will be on the union side. We've really partnered with them to really ramp up and fund some of their apprenticeship programs across the Tennessee Valley, because we know that's coming. And how we've done that to kind of, just like any other industry, they're a job industry, and so you have to signal a demand. And so we've created something I think is pretty innovative, which is really a labor forecast center that looks across the 7 states, really all across the Southeast, and it says, hey, we look at not only construction jobs or major outages we may have at any of our units, we also look at the Nissan Stadium in Nashville that's being built. We look at other industries, construction, and we say, look, we look and say, look, there's going to be a demand for this many pipe fitters this fall, this many boiler makers next spring, this many machinists the year after that. So we can look years out beyond just the next month and really be able to tell them, here's the jobs you should expect, here's when your apprenticeship classes need to start, here's when you need to bring that workforce to bear to support the growth in the Tennessee Valley. And that's a really big piece of what we're able to do.
I just want to add, you know, this is one of the things that keep me up at night is thinking about, okay, we have all this demand. It's so great. We're going to get going. We're signing partnerships. And then, man, is that a lot of labor to build. That's the good news. The good news is it's a lot of jobs. But if we are not coordinated in this approach between our utilities, our developers, and remember, data centers have a lot of electrical infrastructure too, it could get messy. And so I really think a lot about when we go to deploy this and we're actually building these gigawatts of power, how are we making sure that we have a well-trained, well-educated workforce, even beyond just nuclear energy, so that we cannot be tripping over each other or driving up costs, quite frankly, because we're competing for labor force. And that's one of the reasons why earlier this year, Google.org partnered with the Electrical Training Alliance to fund 100,000 new electricians and 30,000 new apprentices in the US specifically to really drive the training. We also provided AI tools in the training in the classroom to help train and bring attention to the skilled labor force that we need in electricians to build all this stuff.
Yeah, can I just double down on something she said? You know, I get paid to worry, right? You know, but one of the pieces is I'm not really worried about the ability of us to maintain and operate power plants. Yeah. It is, let's just be really clear about that. The concern is about the ability to construct the power plants. It's just, especially the new designs, they're going to have less people who operate them. You're going to use a roving maintenance force to maintain most of it. It's just going to be a different approach. Our real intent as an industry needs to be on construction and developing the skills around construction. When I open an assistant unit operator job, I get hundreds of applications for those jobs. I'm not worried about that. I'm worried about trying to get kids who are 16 and 17 right now interested in going into trade school. And that's where a lot of our energy needs to be.
No, it's great perspective. Shift gears a little bit to some of the regulatory pieces. I mentioned, you know, obviously Kairos is really a leader on a lot of this. TVA has also been really a leader on all of this. You know, I'll start going back to you, Matt, real quick. You know, how is TVA really approaching some of the regulatory and licensing experience that you've built up over the years to kind of work with a company that's actually looking at doing things very differently than what has historically been done under the existing regulatory framework? Can you kind of comment on some of that, you know, experience and even maybe some surprises?
You know, the good news is I think we have a workforce, like our internal workforce, that desires change. They don't like paper either. They don't like things taking as long. They see the urgency around it. But it is great to see the thought-provoking nature of some of the conversations we have with some of the developers. You know, some of their business models, they're like, well, you know, I want to deploy within a year. We're like, you know, all our eyes are like this big, walking in, and like, how could we possibly do that? But one thing I really feel like has, I would say, opened people's minds is some of the work that our regulators are doing from the Advance Act and some other things. Like, we're seeing actual change in policy that's facilitating things to happen in the U.S. right now that would not have happened 3 or 4 or 5 years ago. We're seeing change, and so while it's been great to bring some of our experience, I will tell you we're benefiting from the licensing side and the construction side just as much as just involving them with our partners, from learning from them and what we can bring back to our own organizations than we are necessarily what we provide.
That's great. Jeff?
Yeah. So in terms of our perspective regarding licensing, it's an intentional process. It's been a possible process for us through the NRC, and it's taken a lot of work, but it's been work that has been reciprocated by the NRC in that the first construction permit came through on budget, on schedule, and we have that. The second came in about 2/3 that amount of time. I mean, we thought that was impressive, right? Again, very intentional, and we put in about a dozen topical reports before that. So it does work. It's great to see a drive to see processes improved, right? What happens when we start to see multiple applications going through at the same time? We haven't seen that yet in current times with different reactor design, so I don't know how that plays out. There's a case to be made that AI comes in and helps us to more efficiently produce those applications, and even more importantly, probably review those applications. So I think there's aspects there. It's also, I want to echo the other side of what Matt was saying. We're not doing it alone. Kairos has, for almost half a decade now, have had a cooperative development agreement with TVA, which helped to insert, we've got a great licensing team, but we can't do it alone. So I mean, having TVA's licensing and also just physical siting experience nearby, incredibly valuable. And then we also have a collaboration with just over half a dozen other utilities, including Constellation, and that not only allows those utilities to come and walk the floor and give feedback on what our operations might look like, but also as we're approaching licensing strategy within reason and within bounds, we're hearing that input. And we can't take that prescriptively and follow it, otherwise we're conventional, right? But we can't operate without it either. So I think there have been some talk and theme of collaboration, and there's a tension and a support mechanism that exists at the same time for that to be successful, I think.
That's great. Amanda, question for you, kind of shifting gears again here, head of global data center and energy. So let's take us to kind of that international perspective. Obviously, we've been talking quite a bit about domestic. Previous panel really focused on the domestic market. How are you really looking at this from a global perspective, not just from energy, but just potential the option for nuclear energy to play a role in that as well?
Yeah, it's really interesting to be following the global conversation on nuclear over the past 10 years, at least that I've been in this role. I mean, obviously in Asia Pacific, Korea continues to build, but there's understandable hesitation to new build out in the region. Europe went through an interesting back and forth on nuclear, obviously, before and after the European energy crisis in 2022. What is so interesting is in the last, I would say, year, 2 years that we've been really talking about nuclear build out here in the US. When we go overseas, we're seeing the international community pick up as well, right? Obviously, Canada is building new reactors. France and Sweden are really pushing to build new nuclear. And we're starting to see really positive uptake in other parts of the world faster than I would have thought. Really, we're always looking for ways that, particularly with new technologies like SMRs, how can we deploy that for use cases where it's harder to get a large, AP1000 or a larger reactor? How can we think about this in places where maybe we do just build one and not build 4 together, or what have you? So that's going to be down the road, but we're seeing real interest internationally, particularly where there isn't a plethora of other natural resources, right? How can they diversify their generation portfolio? So I'm excited to see that it's not just here in the US that we're really seeing an uptick in new nuclear.
That's great. Jeff, ask you kind of global market and kind of how Kairos is looking at the international market as well.
Yeah, global market is important for multiple reasons. We're at a stage right now where our strategy is primarily, if not exclusively, focused on the United States. And that doesn't mean that we don't see that market potential near the end of the 2030s. But from our perspective, it's important to get it right where we understand the market, the labor force, and we can get to our team quickly before we spread too wide. So I think that, and there are other technologies that have more iterations than we do right now that may be well placed. So from a US perspective, I do think we do have exportable products that can help carry us out there. We'd like to carry that legacy as well once we demonstrate that we can deliver here first.
No, makes sense. No, we're coming close to the end of our session, so I want to kind of give a question for all of you and kind of really looking ahead of what needs to be done by kind of each of your respective companies in the next year that you think will define success. And then let's take it maybe the next 3 or 5 years of what needs to happen to really be able to say that we are on track, we are being successful. Like, what are some of these actions? And I'll kick it over to you, Matt, to start.
Well, I think we need to continue the partnership conversations. And this is a great example where it's not a conversation anymore, right? It's a real thing. And we need to continue to develop that. I think that's going to be critical as we all know this. We talk about risk. Everything we do in nuclear power starts with a B, not an M. And you're asking, utilities who maybe have a $40 billion net, you're talking about how do you go build $30 billion with a nuclear. Like that's not a conversation they can have alone. And so these partnerships, these relationships, bringing in the customers along with the transmission organization, bringing in the expertise with the developers, just continuing to focus on that and those relationships and getting them into a contractual form like this group has now, I think will be just incredibly important. And then I will say continuing the journey that we as a country are on in regards to regulation and improving regulation and licensing. And the only other thing I'll add is, hey, we're at a great point where everybody's had pom-poms in their hand for the last couple of years. Like, people are starting to pick up checkbooks, and that matters, right? That matters. It's hard to make a business decision based off a pom-pom. It's really easy to make one based off a checkbook.
Yeah, hopefully now more and more people will be picking up shovels as well.
That's right. Great. Now we're going to pick up some shovels.
Another thing, my children have no idea what it is. I'll go next. I don't know about our company in particular, but picking up on the checkbook comment, I think really where we will see success is where we see large-scale financing from the investment community. I mean, something we haven't talked about, in addition to having not built new nuclear in the US in so many years, is that the way that we're talking about financing this new nuclear is very different, right? It's historically always been utility financed or rate-based or shareholder financed in some cases. And in this case, we're really looking to the private capital markets to finance that. And this is brand new for them. It's brand new, right? Maybe they do development capital, but even from the long-term infrastructure capital, there's a lot of education that needs to go on. And so I guess if I have a call to action to this community, it's really educating the private capital and the infrastructure partners and really thinking about designing how to mitigate risk because their capital isn't really designed for such long-dated large check size. Not to talk about checks again, but that's really, if we can break that, if we can figure that or solve for that, I think we've really been successful in deploying this at scale.
That's great.
Yeah, those are great points. If you both do that, I think we're
Yeah,
probably
you're
good. We're good. Those are huge. If keeping in mind that Kairos and Google signed a framework agreement, I think it was, well, I know exactly, it was October 14th. I don't remember much of what happened a few days before. They were long days and nights. And then the tri-party agreement that we executed was announced about a month ago, right? So if you asked me last year what I needed to do over the next year, I knew exactly what I needed to do, and it's been quite a year, right? But we also know exactly what we need to continue to do over the next year, and we have a pretty specific set of iterations that we need to get through to complete our engineering testing units, to continue through those iterations, incorporate those lessons learned, and move forward with our reactors as well. Beyond the 1-year mark, because a lot of progress will be made on those fronts over the next year, although ETU3 won't be fully completed yet. We also have other partnerships that we need to continue to nurture and build on. We recently announced a partnership with BWXT to work on fuel fabrication. That's an important part of the equation as well. So we'll continue to expand, right? But we can't look, and I'm not suggesting anybody's saying otherwise, but we can't get too enthusiastic about the headlines. A lot of the stuff that needs to happen as well will continue to happen in the background so that we can demonstrate that this physically can be done.
That's great. Well, thank you all so much for your time today. I know this is a busy week for everybody, so I really do appreciate you taking some time to share your expertise and really your experience of what this partnership looks like, and hopefully can serve as a model for additional partnerships and additional projects. So please thank panelists for their time. Thank you so much.
Thank you all, and thank you to Nico, and delighted to invite everyone to a brief coffee break. Please be back by 2:15. Thank you.
Check, check.
welcome back to the afternoon session of our programming. And this conversation will be about building capacity for nuclear energy in emerging market countries. And to moderate this panel, I'm so delighted to introduce the Honorable Sherry Goodman, who has many, many affiliations, so I'll only read two. Sherry is a distinguished fellow for the Global Energy Center and the Scowcroft Center for Strategy and Security at the Atlantic Council. Sherry, over to you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Jennifer. And the first thing I want to do, because I'm not only a distinguished fellow at the Atlantic Council, but I've been on the board of the Atlantic Council for many years, and I've had the privilege of working with many parts of the Atlantic Council. But I want to give a special shout out to Jennifer and her team for what an excellent job done on this council. We know we're in the presence of a rock star, Jennifer. So thank you so much. And really, it's a pleasure to be here with all of you. And I'm very excited for this panel because we're going to really take a good look at some of the great, interesting opportunities that are happening. We have a great group of panelists. And I want to start with, and leaders in the nuclear space. I want to start with Kirsten Cutler, who, as you may know, serves in the U.S. Department of State. I had the privilege of serving on the Secretary of State's International Security Advisory Board twice over the last decade, and as vice chair in my most recent capacity. And in that way, I got to know Kirsten and her work on this very important first program, Foundational Infrastructure for Responsible Use of Small Modular Reactors. But there's many other things Kirsten has done. She's been a longtime leader and senior strategist in nuclear innovation at the U.S. Department of State's Bureau of International Security and Nonproliferation, and has held many other roles, and also serves as U.S. chair of the U.S.-Romania SMR Working Group. And I know we have a number of good Romanian friends here today, so I want to flag that as well. Now, so I'm going to start with Kirsten. I'm going to introduce each of our panelists as I ask them the first question, and then we'll go around. And Jennifer, how much time do you want me to take questions from the audience too? No? Okay. Then you'll have to suffer through me. All right, sorry about that. But okay, so Kirsten, you have done a tremendous amount of work around the world building capacity in new to nuclear countries and new to U.S. nuclear technology countries. And also you are on the front lines of executing the president's nuclear executive orders, including the mandate for 20 new 123 agreements, which I know you're working hard at. I'm surprised you had time to even come here this week working on drafting all of that. But what are some of the common themes you hear as you talk to countries that are either looking at nuclear energy for the first time or looking at U.S. technologies, and what do you want people to know about the new executive orders?
Well, thank you so much, Sherry, and thank you to the Atlantic Council and ENEC and for hosting us today, and to you for moderating this important conversation. What are the common themes that we're hearing? We are hearing excitement. Countries are very excited to embark on nuclear energy, to help solve some of their energy insecurity challenges, and to really look at it as a solution. They are excited about the new technologies and the different applications. So in addition to electricity, the possibilities for desalination to provide water, clean water. They're excited about applications for petroleum refining and chemical processing. They are excited about hydrogen production, ammonia production, all these different applications that nuclear energy can be used for in addition to electricity. And they're also excited about the use of nuclear energy to enable them to go forward on emerging technologies like AI, biotech, quantum, all these emerging technologies that require steady baseload power. And to have nuclear help them leapfrog forward to really embark on and become a country that can use those different technologies.
So we're seeing a lot of excitement. And as the US government, we are working to empower our US industry with an America First standpoint. And in line with the president's executive orders, we know there's 4 executive orders that were put out May 23rd that really put the State Department on the hook to really create a program and implement a program to regain competitiveness. So in addition to the excitement that we're hearing, there are a lot of questions from these countries. Nuclear is hard. Nuclear is different. It's complex. And they need help navigating that landscape. They need help with the international treaties and agreements. They need help on the export controls. They need help understanding the financing, understanding the different technologies, understanding waste and all of these different things. So countries have a lot of questions, and this is why our FIRST program is in such high demand. We are now in 50 countries across 5 continents, with 17 more countries on the waiting list. And this program helps these countries build up their capacity to deploy SMRs really under the highest standards of safety, security, and non-proliferation. So we, like they, are really excited about these technologies, and we're trying to work together to meet their goals and build a pathway for our technology vendors. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Kirsten. And having co-chaired a study last year with Dan Poneman, the former Deputy Secretary of Energy, that included Kathleen Barone, who was here earlier today, and a number of others, the need for American leadership that really we had in the nuclear industry starting back at its earliest inceptions, but that has been lost in recent decades, and regaining that leadership for safety, security, and non-proliferation as the nuclear industry grows rapidly around the world is never been more important than now. So now I want to turn to Teo, and thank you so much for being here and for your leadership and your colleagues in Romania, your leadership on energy and particularly on nuclear energy. You've really built an important business there, an important company, and been an entrepreneur and leader in your own right. And so can you tell us about E-Infra's work on nuclear energy specifically and energy more broadly in Romania and in the region?
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for this opportunity of being here and being together in a panel with the ladies. It's a great opportunity. As Infra is involved in, it's a group of companies, in fact, involved in building and operating critical infrastructure, from telecom to energy infrastructure, civil works. We are working for more than 28 years in the industry. And we are involved in 2 big projects, very specific projects nowadays, not only Romania, in the region, in the world. One of them is SMR project Doicești in Romania, where together with our American partners, Fluor and NuScale, we are working to implement probably the first SMR nuclear power plant in NuScale technology, in SMR technology. I'm an electrical engineer, so I'm coming here with technical data more than with commitment from Romania, because this morning our Minister of Energy, Ivan, been here and he explained the Romanian commitments in investing in nuclear sector, investing in partnership with the United States, and Romania has a big experience in nuclear for many, many years. We started with CANDU reactors decades before, and now we continue. So, SMR project, Doicești. with a very fresh data is on the time, started 3 years ago with our partners Fluor and NewScale, and now an old coal power plant is in the stage to be finished the FEED 2 at the end of this year. That means the main engineering design will be ready, and next year could be the phase of the decision of investment, FID. So even there being the first of the kind, different explanation about the technology, about the concerns, we can say we are on the right way. We have till now no any doubts if the financial funds will be found and will be economically viable to be ready probably 2031 in function. This is one of the project. The other one where my companies are involved in the building high voltage DC corridor from the Black Sea, in fact, which can be connected with the subsea cables coming from Azerbaijan, Georgia, and crossing Romania, Hungary, Austria, and to be connected with under construction SuedLink calls Germany corridor. But what is new? We promoted the idea that the DC cable could be co-located with the existing gas pipelines, because there is a BRUA, the green corridor coming from Bulgaria to Romania, Hungary, Austria, existing corridor, and very easy and cheaper to install in the existing corridor, approx 40 meters wide. So very easy to get the land, to get the permit, and of course more cheaper than to install in the normal land, I would say. So this is two of our projects where my company is involved. I would like very much to say a big thank you to our supporters for all these years, DOE, American administration, and American companies, which are working now on the ground in Romania in these projects.
Great, thank you so much. Certainly last but not least, Sabrina. Sabrina lives in San Diego, but of course works for the Canadian company Atkins Realis and is a Navy nuke, which I really love. Served in the Navy nuclear propulsion program, and then was at General Atomics, and now is at Atkins Realis. So can you tell us, Sabrina, about the CANDU reactors, which are often misunderstood or not well known, let's say outside of Canada, and what do you want this global audience to better understand about the technology and how it's differentiated from other reactors?
Sure, thank you, and thanks for the invitation to join you all today. I think I'll start with a story. So, and I'm going to give a shout out to the United States Navy because I haven't heard it mentioned a whole lot these past 2 days. So when I started my career with the US Navy as a nuclear engineer, commissioned as an officer, I was stationed on an aircraft carrier. And for those who don't know, the aircraft carriers and the submarines in the United States Navy are nuclear powered. And so on most aircraft carriers, or all of them, there are 2 reactors. And everything on board that powers a floating city of 5,000 people, all the energy and power, for the most part, except for the fuel that goes in the aircraft, comes from the heat coming out of the reactor. And it's an amazing feat. The fact that we can do this, that we can go into wartime environments and we can operate impeccably is amazing. When I left the Navy, I joined General Atomics, which is a company in San Diego And I worked on bringing civil and defense technologies to market. I sat right at this nexus of innovation and commercialization. And there was a lot of innovation and a lot of sharpening of the pencils. There was not a whole lot of commercialization. And I kept thinking, we need to build. We need to build. We need to do something. We need to get something on the grid. I saw the Russians doing it, and I saw the Chinese doing it. And I didn't really see us doing it within the United States. So I did some research. And I started looking north to our friends. And I realized that Atkins-Realis has a reactor technology called the CANDU, of which there are 31 operating internationally, 17 in Canada. And these reactors operate impeccably, the highest capacity factor of any reactors. And they also operate on natural uranium. Does not require enrichment because it has a heavy water moderator. And it's an isotope factory. So I thought, well, why don't we have any CANDUs in the United States? And that's still a puzzle to me, why there are no CANDUs in the United States. The last 7 reactors that Atkins-Realis and the Canadians built were built on cost and on schedule. 2007, 2003, and 2002 were the last 3, on cost and on schedule. And the reactor technology is proven, and it's here today. I wouldn't call it a large reactor. It's not a full gigawatt. It's a 700 megawatt class reactor, so it's also not a small reactor. It's a mid-sized reactor. And it's extremely interesting to me. And so as I took on this role over the last 6 months of doing global nuclear strategy, I'm making it now a very special project to bring this to the United States. And I'm looking forward to working with you.
Well, that's great. So I think I'm going to continue on that thread with you, Sabrina, just to note that I started my early career, I oversaw in the Senate Armed Services Committee the Department of Energy's weapons reactors programs in the 1980s before we shut down all those reactors and created a cleanup program. And then I spent a decade in the Department of Defense on energy and environmental matters as a deputy undersecretary. And of course, I became quite familiar with the Navy nuclear program. I spent my very first day on the job as a deputy undersecretary of defense on a nuclear submarine, thanks to Admiral DeMars, who made sure that all the people he cared about, the head of the Navy's nuclear program, got to see how well a nuclear submarine was operated and how safe it was. And okay, now you've been on board. Thank you very much. Leave us alone. We're going to go do our work. So, which has, I think, been, I don't know why it was a real or perceived barrier it's been to sort of taking the success of the nuclear program as you lived it on a carrier and elsewhere and exporting it back into the civilian world. Although I think that's now changing. So although Atkins-Realis hasn't yet entered the U.S. nuclear market directly, what are your strategies now to think about expansion and new partnerships, and are you prioritizing other countries globally for growth?
So I've been doing a lot of fact-finding and maybe some situations mythology busting behind historically what has happened with CANDU technology and U.S. government and U.S. regulators. I'm still on that journey and on that path. However, it's very clear that back when most reactors were built in the world, the United States had like 4 OEMs building these. And now, really, we're looking in the large scale at Westinghouse and the AP1000, which we've talked a lot about over the last couple of days, and then some of the small modular reactors that are coming on the scene. When you talk about executive orders from President Trump, one of those executive orders also talked about quadrupling nuclear power, which means that's 300 gigawatts extra nuclear capacity by 2050. That's 300 large-scale reactors. And we're going to need a whole lot of help and collaboration and working together within the industry to get there. So the AP1000 is one, and many of these SMRs hopefully will come and be commercialized and make it to be putting electrons on the grid. I think the CANDU reactor is a very, very good supplement to that. It's something we can build today. It relieves some of the enrichment challenges we have around uranium fuel. And other foreign countries bringing uranium or enrichment into the United States. But the very first place we need to start is with the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. And so that's going to be, we're already thinking about ways of approaching the NRC early to make sure that we're going down the right path. The Canadian technology has a regulator, the CNSC up in Canada. They're very, very familiar with the technology. I'm hoping that we can utilize the engagement between the CNSC that the NRC is already happening today, because we talked yesterday about the Darlington site up in Canada. We're building the BWRX 300 with GE Hitachi. And Atkins Realis is the architect engineer on that project. So we're all working together. I'm hoping to be able to bootstrap that and that relationship between regulators into the US market to help streamline and maybe meet some of President Trump's targets behind 18 months licensing for new reactor designs. Because I think right now that's probably our first and maybe even highest hurdle to climb. And then also communicating and marketing within the industry to those folks who aren't aware that there is this reactor technology that can be built on schedule, on budget here today. And then working with other partners within the United States to try to bring it so we have a US presence.
Well, thank you. Teo, Romania obviously has decades of experience with North American nuclear technologies. And what are some of the considerations you're thinking of as you look to adopt US SMR technologies?
Firstly, Romania right now has more than 20% of the entire energy, the consumer of Romania from nuclear power plants. So we have experience. We continue to invest in 2 more CANDU reactor of 550 megawatts each. But at the same time, we keep this interest for the new technology in nuclear. Small modular reactors are safer 2 levels than the traditional, but it's very flexible. I explain you something. In history, generating power plant built close to the resources, coal or hydro, nowadays renewables, and then we build transportation, distribution networks. SMR and gas power plants, they are the only technologies which could be built close to the cities, to the consumer, or in the middle of the city. So the entire cost, as Mr. Secretary last night said, Chris Wright, very important, not only to be safe, to be affordable. Cost is important. For the consumer, the cost is formed from the cost with the production of energy. This is a mix, maybe, nuclear, gas, renewables, the best way, and the others with the cost with transportation and distribution. So if we can produce the energy in the middle of the consumer, like let's imagine here in New York to have modules of 57 or other powers placed in the middle of the city because it's safe. In Deutsche, we are building the SMR nuclear power plant in the middle of the village. Will be houses. There are houses around the nuclear power plant. And one more thing, an advantage. This modular reactor could be connected directly in the existing grid. In the cities, even in the medium voltage grid. So no need to build new transportation distribution power line. In Deutsche, we use all the utilities, all the grid. That means electrical grid, water, from the old coal power plant. So it's very effective.
Where do you think we will see this happen first? I recall at COP28 seeing in the Energy Pavilion the South Korean mock-up of the village, as you described, the city with the SMRs right in the middle of the city next to apartments and buildings and industry. When you think forward, where is this going to happen first?
I do hope the first in this technology, SMR, to be in 2031 in Romania.
Okay then, there we go.
Maybe in the
Planted that flag.
next decades, maybe in 20 years, will be a lot of projects finished in function and more confidence from the people to use the nuclear in the small modular or micro small modular reactors.
Okay. Kirsten, back to you. So from a U.S. perspective, what are some of the challenges you're seeing in building capacity? Is it the regulatory issues, as Sabrina said, with the NRC? Is it in financing? Is it within siting? I mean, give us sort of what are the challenges to achieving the ambitious goals set by the current administration?
Well, I think there's no doubt that financing is a huge challenge. We've heard a number of panels yesterday and today touching on that. And certainly, and I'm speaking internationally, not domestically, there's a lot of questions on the regulatory part. A lot of these countries need to establish an independent regulator. They need to put in place their regulatory infrastructure. They need to figure out the licensing piece. Huge challenge. And then we've heard about workforce and also stakeholder engagement. Again, the waste, the safety, those continue to be questions that people still have, especially in countries, say in the Pacific, where Fukushima is just next door. But I would say one of the challenges that is a struggle is the technology selection. These countries really are having a problem knowing which technology to select, right? Every single vendor has a great story to say about their technology. And frankly, these countries are in a tug of war between Rosatom, between Chinese suppliers, UK, Canada, France, Republic of Korea, US, right? And they're all coming in, and they all want the multi-billion-dollar deals, and they all want the 50 to 100-year relationship. And these countries are really struggling. Like they have a hard time understanding the technologies, which is best for them. And ultimately, a lot of the decisions will be made at the political level. So it's important, bearing that in mind, that we maintain a really robust communication, both at the technical levels, but also the political levels, both by industry as well as government, because ultimately, reactor builds are unlike any other kind of energy source. They have a very strong government piece to them. They're bound by international treaties and agreements with non-proliferation assurances and that sort of thing. So you really need to have that continuous communication and engagement to really put your suppliers on that pathway to success. So I would say that is one of the real challenges that we see.
So asking you to use your crystal ball then, Kirsten, when you look forward and thinking about how can North American technologies be more competitive against Russia and China, is it going to be in the terms of the particular nuclear deal with the financing, the technology, the 1, 2, 3 agreements, et cetera, or is it going to be all these other things beyond that in the relationship with the country that have become, under this administration, sort of part of the whole deal, whether it's the tariffs or the other deals or other parts of the critical minerals or other things that are seen as being sort of important part of the kind of new resource economy in which, and geopolitics, which is kind of shaping the world today?
Well, I think it's a combination of things to put us on a path to being more competitive. I mean, as I mentioned before, President Trump has put out 4 EOs. One of those is on advancing U.S. Advanced reactors for national security. And so we are doing a number of things to improve our competitiveness, including the 1, 2, 3 agreements. We just initialed one last week. The Thailand 1, 2, 3 just came into effect. We're doing a bunch of NCMOUs. Our senior official for Undersecretary for Arms Control and International Security just signed one a few days ago for Uzbekistan. We are working on our Convention on Supplementary Compensation for Nuclear Damage that provides a liability regime that protects our companies and makes it more attractive to them. And then we are doing, bolstering our first engagement again in 50 countries. So we're doing a number of things. And I would say that countries, they really do want to do the right thing. And they really do want that, somebody earlier described it, engineer to engineer engagement. They want to work with our experts. They want to have that engagement. And so I think that we have a lot going for us in terms of our advantages. And I think also that industry has the opportunity and is taking steps to make themselves more competitive. We're seeing industry going forward on a more fleet deployment sort of approach. We're seeing them partnering with, tech giants to have PPAs and to get capital early on in the process. One of the things that I think could really help is if we had a more integrated package that we could provide. And you see this from our competitors. They have an integrated supply chain. They provide everything from the project development, construction, technology, all the way to waste and waste management. And we really, the U.S. offering is very compelling, but it's also fragmented. And so to the extent that companies can work together to provide that single point of contact and a consortium sort of approach that provides the whole suite of offerings, I think could really, really benefit us.
That's a newer vision. That's even beyond what's in the executive orders, you're saying. That would be sort of what, have the industry pick up some of that integration, because you've got to have XIM and DFC and state and NRC and DOE and all come together.
The U.S. government is working very hard on a very coordinated approach to use the tools that we have at hand for financing, et cetera. But I think there's also steps that industry could take too to kind of consolidate and integrate their offerings to be more attractive to governments abroad who are used to looking at the whole integrated supply chains from other countries. And it's challenging for them to say, okay, we want this this reactor supplier, and then they have to choose the EPC, and then you have kind of each separate little offering, and to the extent that we can pull those together and package them, I think would benefit us.
Right. Okay, Teo, so Romania is already a model of regional leadership and civil nuclear cooperation with the U.S., and how do you see growing these regional and transatlantic partnerships at this particular moment in history?
Romania was the only communist country during the communist period which built nuclear power plant with other technology than Russian technology. So from that time, we have experience in nuclear with can do. Why? Because probably Romania doesn't want to risk in such a very special field, nuclear. And now we continue in this idea, choosing American partners, not only as a technology new scale. As Kirsten mentioned, you need a lot of other things. And till the project was only on the table discussing, we saw some situation. But when we went on the ground, we needed strong partners. So we have new scale technology, we have EPC Fluor company, we have American partner in financing, US Exim, and Sarger and any other partners. So very important in this project to take entire package with expertise, reliable partners. So I consider for MENA, I consider even for region, working with American companies, doesn't matter the vendors, could be different other vendors, of course. It's very, very important to have a vision for the long term.
Great, thank you. Sabrina, one of the unique features of the CANDU reactors is their ability to produce medical isotopes. So can you tell us more about the role that AtkinsRéalis sees for these isotopes and how that fits into the broader nuclear growth strategy?
I think that being able to produce something that's so important to humanity, you know, most of us in here, if we haven't already had some sort of imaging or cancer treatment using radiopharmaceuticals, we probably know someone in our family who has, and how important these procedures are. Unfortunately, many of the reactors that produce medical isotopes, technetium-99, that decays to molybdenum-99, are being shut down. And so one of the unique aspects of the CANDU reactor, due to its features, is that it can actually produce these medical isotopes while online in a power reactor versus needing to go to a research reactor. In fact, for cobalt-60 and some of the other medical isotopes, they produce the vast majority of medical isotopes needed for the world. And you know, if anything, to bring people more into the fold around nuclear technology and the importance of nuclear technology, why not bring in medical isotopes and show them, you know, how fantastic these reactors can be and nuclear technology can be?
Great, so I'm going to just ask each of the same kind of closing question here as we near the top of the hour, which you just led into, which is, for a long time in many countries there was, because of everything from Chernobyl to TMI to Fukushima, there was sort of people talked about sort of the nuclear allergy, you know, to siting new nuclear plants, which has held back many Western countries. But that seems to have changed very much over the last decade. So can you share your own sense from Canada, Romania, and the United States about the community level and support for siting and the interest in what you would like to see more of in terms of communicating the benefits of nuclear energy more broadly to our citizenry?
Okay, so I've thought a lot about this. I chaired the Communication Advisory Committee for NEI for about 4 years, so we've done a lot of research behind this.
You're the right one.
You know, for whatever reason, the last decade, people realized that nuclear was carbon-free, so that was great. That helped us out a lot in the climate conversation.
So climate change actually helped you.
So that helped us out a little bit. The other thing that was really important was whenever people got up and talked about nuclear, they just kept talking about how safe we are, and we're so safe, and we're safe, and we're safe, and then people started thinking, well, why do they keep talking about being so safe if they're safe, right? So learning how to actually communicate outside of just the technology and the mousetrap, because people don't get it. They don't care if it's gas-cooled or molten salt or light water or heavy water, so being able to talk more about the benefits behind it, I think, is really important. So the more that we come together and have conversation, somebody said it the other day, hopefully we'll go out there and start building too, not just having conversation, but realizing that some of these things we need to speak in language that other people realize so that it comes across the benefits for nuclear.
Teo, how about Romania? I met a lot of young Romanian engineers at the COPs and in other places with so much enthusiasm for being sort of the next generation of engineering and nuclear industry leaders. So I was very impressed with many of the young people I met from your country.
Thank you very much. That is true. Very curiously, this year in my city, Cluj-Napoca, Technical University of Cluj-Napoca on the electrical engineering faculty had a huge demand for electrical engineers, more than for or compared with IT, because there is a tradition, because there is a trust in this industry. What I want to mention here about the nuclear for the future, as an engineer who worked for 10 years myself in the National Control Center, balancing the production with transportation, I can say with this huge demand for the energy in the future coming from AI data centers, coming from electrical vehicles, we cannot manage without nuclear, traditional, and new technologies, SMR, and without gas. Because renewables are very good, they are very green, but unpredictable. So have to match together to balance, to obtain the mix in terms of cost, in terms of the time. So my strong belief is no country or very small countries could has a future in the energy without nuclear.
Okay. Kirsten, you get the last word, drawing on both your experience as an American and also your work around the world to share with us how you think new nuclear is being received both as a new carbon, as an additional carbon-free source, but also as the next energy base load and more reliable power source at a time when energy demand is skyrocketing.
Yeah, I think that countries have really woken up to the fact that energy security is national security. And
thank you for saying that.
Yeah. We've seen what happens when, the manipulation of energy supplies in Europe by Putin and the malign influence that can come with that. And countries are realizing it's very, very important to have your own source of energy and are able to meet your country's energy needs with a good portion of that being a domestic supply. The other thing that has really impacted the equation on the receptiveness to nuclear energy is, of course, AI and emerging tech, right? And countries realize that if they're going to be competitive in this new space, they have to have a reliable baseload, energy-dense source of electricity. And so I think that those two things have really impacted the conversation and have driven the real increase in interest in nuclear energy.
Great. I want to thank all our panelists and thank the audience and thank the Atlantic Council and the ENIC team for enabling us to have this very productive discussion today. Thank you all.
Thank you.
David. Thank you so much to Sherry and to our excellent speakers. And I am so delighted for our final conversation today. Oh, one down. Hush, one down. For our final conversation today, I am delighted to introduce our panel, which is called Pathways to Multiplying Nuclear Actionable Insights. And I think what I really want to get out of this conversation is kind of a strategic wrap-up to hear your insights, but also to really pull on, I think, a number of the threads that have already been mentioned over the course of these 2 days. And so first, I'm so pleased to introduce Stephen Streifer, who is the director of Oak Ridge National Laboratory, Hashim Hashemian, who is president of the American Nuclear Society and also president and CEO of Analysis and Measurement Services, Ed McGinnis. Ed is president and chief executive officer of Curio, and David Faraday, who is chief commercial officer and co-founder of Elemental Power. So, Stephen, let's start with you. And we've talked, again, yesterday especially, about the role of the national laboratories. But I have to say to you, I recently, earlier this year, had the immense privilege of visiting Oak Ridge National Laboratory, which for all of those of you who are able to make the trip, please, please do it. It is well worthwhile. So talk to us a little bit about the role of the national labs in deploying next generation nuclear energy technologies, and also maybe keeping the existing fleet of nuclear energy technologies working and doing their job. But talk to us about deployment rapidly and at scale.
Yeah, it's a great question. So first off, I want to point out it's not just Oak Ridge National Laboratory, it's the entirety of the National Laboratory complex, particularly Idaho National Laboratory and Argonne National Laboratory as well. And we have a couple of key roles here. One is we've got to lower some of the technical barriers to deployment of new nuclear, and the national labs are poised to help de-risk that. I wish we could help with the financing. That side we can help with, but the technical side is clearly something where we have immense capabilities both in testing and validation. But also, for example, we do at Oak Ridge National Laboratory most of the confirmatory analysis to support the NRC, just indicating our role. Another key part of our strategy is actually something you've already pointed out as well, which is we've got to keep the existing fleet running. And the work that we can do to continue to demonstrate that those plants are robust and can operate safely by looking at all of the factors that go into safe operation of a plant is something we're deeply committed to, and that the Department of Energy across its entire portfolio is working hard on. We are delighted to talk to anybody who we can support in doing that. We're, of course, here to support the entirety of the U.S. community and the world community as well. And this is going to be crucial for us to keep electrons on the grid.
Thank you so much. And when you say that you can't help with the financing, but I look at everything that you and the other national labs are able to do in terms of helping with testing, and I almost think of that as an in-kind contribution. I don't know if you agree with.
No, absolutely, and that's what I mean by de-risking. One of the things, the connection between the financing and getting the risk level to points at which the risk is well understood and not changing is one of the things that will make nuclear power more deployable. So absolutely agree with your point there.
Thank you so much. Hash, I want to go to you. Talk to us a little bit about the role of state governments, and somehow, again, not intentionally, we ended up with a little bit of a Tennessee mafia on this panel, but that's okay. And Hash, you were, of course, on the Tennessee Nuclear Energy Advisory Council that the Tennessee governor put together. Talk to us a little bit about that.
So that resulted in a report that ended up working on the workforce development funding for the University of Tennessee. Through that advisory council, we were able to attract companies to Tennessee, Type 1 Energy, which is a fusion company. There's a lot going on in Tennessee. The Nuclear Advisory Committee had about $50 million in funding to use for the activities that the governor wanted us to undertake, and that paid off. We distributed some of that to some of the nuclear companies that came to Tennessee. We spent some of that on developing programs at our own state, which is the apprentice school at the University of Tennessee. And we've been very successful in making Tennessee the center of nuclear energy in the United States. We have so many companies. Kairos is there building 2 nuclear power plants. Oklo just announced a recycling plant 2 weeks ago, $1.7 billion investment. Orano announced a year ago about $5.5 billion investment to put a fuel plant there. You name it, X Energy is there with fuel, Standard Nuclear, of course the Oak Ridge National Laboratory and Y-12 are the basis for a lot of the progress of nuclear in Tennessee. So we think we are the center of nuclear energy in the United States.
And so, Haj, I really think of you as being the center of Tennessee. And so if you go to Tennessee, you, of course, also have to visit Haj. But, you know, Haj, you wear so many different hats. And I want to ask you a more national question, too, as the president of ANS. What is the role of nonprofits and educational organizations as well in kind of bringing this next generation of reactors to deployment?
Well, I think, of course, you know, as Stephen just said it, a lot of what we do has originated in educational institution. And of course, my business started at Oak Ridge National Lab. I worked there as a student and took the technology out and brought it and commercialized it. And we really benefit from. These guys do the work, we benefit, we make the money. So that has, in terms of the American nuclear system, I'm all about building nuclear power. I think the technologies are there, it's mature, we don't need to talk about salt chemistry and stuff like that and fuel. I think we start building those things, we'll take. The problem, in my opinion, the United States is the government has to come with some major investment. And we are very grateful to the administration for all the things they have done, they're supporting us, but it's going to take something in the order of $200-300 billion from the government in terms of PPAs and other things, the tax rate. They have done a lot, but we need a little bit more and to really get it off the ground. And once it's off the ground, it's going to pay off. And I'm pushing the government. I'm talking to our congressmen, our senators. It's one of the things I've done in Tennessee, as you know. I've made it my business to be close to our politicians so that we have our voice heard.
Well, thank you, Haj. And it's hard to think of a better representative for nuclear than you.
Thank you.
So we appreciate your volunteer work.
Thank you.
Ed, you and I have talked a lot about the nuclear energy innovation ecosystem, about the fuel cycle. Talk to us about the role of the fuel cycle and how it can be fully developed, and then the role that plays in deploying next generation reactors.
The fuel cycle is all important. As we heard in the previous panel, we do have a fragmented, somewhat nuclear sector in the U.S. Despite that, we're growing. We're still the leaders in innovation in nuclear, advanced reactors, et cetera. But we have a severe omission right now in the nuclear sector, and that is the back end of the fuel cycle, industry-led. Use nuclear fuel management services to offer to the CEOs, to the customers who are going to have to take those orders and deal with that liability if we don't dispatch it and offer them a solution, a reasonable solution in the back end that's environmentally sustainable, economically robust, and we can do it. So what our company is focused on in Curio is bringing that last big piece, missing piece of the fuel cycle, and that is use nuclear fuel management, doing it in an environmentally sustainable way, doing it in an economically robust way, and then waste disposition, minimizing that waste, and then removing that Faustian bargain that if you're a CEO of a mixed of fleet for generation, and you really want to order one of these exciting new advanced reactors, but you have stranded used nuclear fuel that the public generally sees as waste, it's a ball and chain. It creates a disincentive for customers to order. We need to see substantial growth in nuclear, and without offering that comprehensive set of private sector-led services, including management of the back end, I just don't think we're going to see it. Good news, executive orders have now highlighted historically this administration recycling, tasked Secretary Wright, tasked Secretary Hegseth to come up with a plan for recycling both commercial and government use. So We're now in that position. We want to be that answer by coming up with a process that doesn't use nitric acid, which is the process used around the world. It generates more waste than you start. With a dry pyroelectrolysis process, we've already validated just recently that we can get that high-level radioactive waste down to about 3 to 4%, separate out all the low-level and the other isotopes, bring it to market, and then build in safeguard and security by design. That's what led Carter to ban reprocessing in that PureX process. So we eliminated the extraction of a pure stream of plutonium. We built in safeguard and security by design. And lastly, economics. We hear people say, well, it's not economic. Well, I suggest let's not look and assess the current technology being brought to the market through the rear view mirror and judge my company and my tech and our business based on a very old process. So we have this unique opportunity now, and we're going at scale because we have the largest fleet in the world. And so it makes sense to go at scale and pull off every product, every isotope, every precious metal that's in there. And that's what our business model is about.
Ed, thank you so much. That's absolutely fascinating and really appreciate that overview. David, give us a snapshot of your work. What is Elemental doing, and what's your role in the innovation ecosystem?
Thank you. So Elemental is an advanced nuclear project developer. We're technology agnostic. When you take a step back and you look at how you actually build one of these plants, you could look at the OEMs, the technology vendors, as providing a very important part of the plant, but it's not the full picture. There's a whole list of responsibilities that go with an owner's scope. There's the contracts with the EPCs and how you actually put the team together, and then how the capital comes together. That's all very critical. We're replicating a business model that exists in wind, solar, and batteries, and fossil. When you look at, GE and how they sell wind blades and wind turbines, they're not actually the developer of those projects. There are other folks in the ecosystem that put a pin in a map and say, we're going to put a project here. They sell the offtake, they select the technology, they run the traps with the regulatory hurdles to bring everything together to make a project financeable. When you look at the sort of capital that's available for nuclear today, there's a tremendous amount of debt that's available for LPO. There is project equity that we think will be there for second and third and fourth of a kind, but it's really the development capital that's a missing piece in the ecosystem today, and that's what we're solving. Our customers, Google, we've announced an agreement with Google for 3 600 megawatt projects, and we're in the process of selecting and announcing our sites for those first projects. Google's going to take the offtake, but is also providing a portion of development capital, so that most expensive, most difficult piece of capital to get to advance these projects. And then we're bringing in other institutional investors as well. The idea is to create a very healthy ecosystem in development so that it's easy for folks who are new to nuclear, who don't want to own or operate reactors, or nuclear utilities who want to explore a build transfer model to just say, hey, sign a PPA with Elemental, we'll figure out the rest, and we'll deliver you the electrons in 5 to 8 years. We're technology agnostic. We're working with OEMs on the micro side, in SMRs, and some of the large reactors as well. In addition to the Google projects, we're working across the table with other hyperscalers. There's a real need in this market for someone to be the quarterback of the projects and pick up all the cats and dogs that nobody else wants to acknowledge or deal with. And so that's how we see ourselves.
Thank you so much. And I think this was the second time today that I've heard somebody mention the build transfer model, which I think is fascinating. And I think we're probably going to be hearing a lot more about that. I want to ask each of you to really think through, and I'm sorry, Stephen, you're going to be the first one on the spot, but to think through some of the biggest challenges that we're facing, again, as we look at these pathways to multiplying nuclear.
Yeah, and I think we just talked about one of them. 5 to 8 years is too long, and we've got to find ways to reduce the time to license, the time to build. We've got to help the NRC modernize in the U.S. its regulatory process so that we can use advanced manufacturing techniques as an example. in a way that could lead to qualification of new processes, new materials that will allow us to get reactors at a more affordable cost. So I think, again, what's happening with this administration to really jumpstart that process is something I think we need. It's a generational opportunity. We have to take advantage of that. And that in itself, if we can get past the first of a kind, as everybody has pointed out, the economics become sustainable. But we need to both have government support to get past that, and we also need to reduce the barriers to be able to get past that. And I think we're in a good position to do that.
Absolutely. Huh?
Yeah, I agree with everything Steve. I always agree with everything Steven says. To me, again, is the money, is the big money that it takes to get it off the ground, because these financial people are talking about it, but one accident is going to cool everything down. So people who have the money are not going to take that kind of risk. And if the United States is serious about beating China and Russia to this, we're going to have to come up with real money, $200, $300, $400 billion to start. And that's all it takes to start it, and then they don't need to do that. That's it. The other thing I want to say is that I do not believe that the regulation is the problem. I think the NRC is doing a good job. I was in this conference last week in Atlanta, or 2 weeks ago, called Next, and I was very happy to hear from the industry that they feel like the executive orders and the stream and the Advance Act is really paying off already and making things a lot easier for the industry. So there's a lot of good news. The other thing that bothers me is this immense amount of designs and so many of them to choose from, a lot of hype. As you said, somebody said earlier, maybe it was Kristen, that everybody thinks they have the best thing in the world, and it makes it very difficult for the customer, for the user, to decide which one to go with. I think all of them do the same thing, and they're a little bit better than the other.
Let me rephrase the question, though. What are the biggest challenges, and you're not allowed to say finance? Because we all know that finance is maybe the biggest, but beyond that, what's the next one?
Finance, I don't think there is any other challenge. If you have the money, you can do it. Workforce, people talk about workforce development. I think if you start a big project, people will come, and we'll find a way to get it done. In the United States, construction experience is very little. Look at what ENEC has done so successful, because ENEC is good in nuclear, but they have a history of building big buildings very successfully. You see Burj Khalifa, that's 100 times more complicated than a nuclear power plant, that thing, you know? So these people have that kind of experience. We had it in the United States. We've lost that. So that's going to be another problem. How are we going to get these things built? Now, we can build it. We built Vogel, but in 15 years. If you can do that in 5 or 6 years, like ENEC is doing and Chinese are doing, then we are in good shape.
Hash, thank you so much. Ed?
Of course.
Challenges, not finance.
Well, right, and I actually don't believe finance is the major challenge now. It may have been in the past, but you're seeing an unprecedented historical moment of time where private and public equity is absolutely motivated for nuclear. We're seeing exits in the market. We're seeing mark cap tables that I've never seen before in this sector. My company in particular, we don't see the biggest challenge right now as mobilizing capital. It's when you mobilize it. I would say the biggest challenge from our perspective, and I know I'm a little biased being from a recycling company, is to quickly, within a relevant moment in time of being relevant to the existential threats that are happening in this world where nuclear is being seen as needed for the energy security, geostrategic, climate, et cetera. But how can we be a part of that if we don't have a fully functioning fuel cycle, a fully functioning nuclear sector? How can we expect customers to take large orders if we lack the services to address the elephant in the room of the so-called waste rather than full resource utilization? And I spent a lot of time in states speaking with state legislatures and governors, and they're all tied in. Public opinion, resistance to nuclear, all tied into the perception that we have an unresolved waste problem. And so we need to get out there and promptly get out there and reconstitute our nuclear sector so that we have a full suite of choices. It doesn't have to be fully integrated, although our company is going to bring in fully integrated suite of reactors and fuel and isotope, but it's a window of time. And so I think having as many innovative companies going at it as possible is very important. And so we feel very good that the back end of the fuel cycle has the greatest upside. We see it as a hundreds of billions of dollar market, if not $1 trillion market, just in the US, just tapping that material that has enough to meet the US electricity needs for well over 100 years, not to mention life-saving isotopes that are resident in their precious metals. The most expensive metals in the world are sitting in our so-called waste. We plan to mine that and then really put that last missing piece of the fuel cycle so that we can really respond to the needs.
And thank you so much, David.
I'm going to have to disagree with both Hash and Ed.
Great.
At the risk of
Diversity of controversy.
Now it's a good panel.
Real thumb wrestle next.
One, you know, I appreciate that there's a lot of government support today for projects. I think there's a lot of costs to talk over in insurance. There's a risk, if it's not framed correctly, that it introduces a tremendous amount of moral hazard and just ends up driving up project costs. I think it has to be done thoughtfully. I think today the project opportunities that we're looking at with the technologies that we're looking at are financeable and are profitable, and there is risk of cost overrun, but it is a manageable problem. And I would point to, particularly in the SMRs, point to the Gulf Coast and the LNG facilities that were privately financed there. We're talking about the same quantums of capital, large checks, but privately financed. Technically, I would say more complex than many of the reactor technologies that we have here. So I think it is an achievable thing to build a new nuclear project in the US. It's about setting up the business model correctly, getting the incentive structures right, the contracts right, getting your supply chain, your workforce trained. The capital will flow into these projects, private capital with the existing, you know, the tax credits and the LPO. These projects do pencil out for investors and for off-takers with the current frameworks that we have in place. Anything else is gas on the fire, and we love it, but I don't think it's necessary today with the demand we're looking at. On the back end of the fuel cycle, I can tell you when we're talking to our customers, when we're talking to our utility partners, the cost to just store fuel on site today is de minimis in the overall project calculations, to say nothing about the opportunity that exists for recycling. But when it comes to making an investment decision for a new nuclear power plant, it just doesn't enter into the equation at all. The systems we have are safe, they are adequate. That's not to say there is an opportunity there, but it does not in any way affect the social mandate to build new projects or the investment decision to fund it.
If I could just add a little bit, because this is getting fun now. Well, then how do you explain 12 states that still have moratoria on nuclear or limitations, primarily because of the waste? So I would argue that, yes, we're seeing new build and AI, big tech, they're driving largely. But if we're looking to really scale up, double, triple by 2050, there is a large portion of the market in the United States that's still extremely sensitive to the issue of waste. And you see court actions happening even now where anti-nuclear groups will go to court, but wait until you spent $1 billion or $2 billion and take you to court over a lack of a waste plant. So it's just to add.
It doesn't factor into our decisions. I mean, we're just not going to go to the states that have a ban on those things. And the opportunity set is great enough. We can ignore those states until they want to change the rules, or you guys figure out the waste problem.
I know you want to jump in.
Yeah, and I think it's all the above. I think if you look at the front end of the fuel cycle, if you look at the number of SWUs that we need to fuel the growth that we expect, we're going to have to put in that capacity. Anything that we can do to recycle that is proliferation resistant reduces that upfront capital investment. So I think parroting something that we hear quite often in this field, it really is all the above. And the more that we can work together to drive different fuel technologies, understand how to make those licensable, Oak Ridge, for instance, does a lot of work on TRISO. One of the issues that we have with TRISO is there's no such thing as a standard TRISO. And trying to understand how we get to the point where we can regulate that and understand how to handle the back end of the fuel cycle so that Ed can recycle that eventually as well.
Yes.
And we can produce that in a way that enables your business model, I think, is part of the secret sauce here. And these are the things that we need to continue to work on as a community on the technical side, not, as you point out, to get the initial burst, but to sustain that burst.
Nahash, did you want to jump in?
Just makes me, not that I hear, I'll take everything back that I said already.
No, stand by it.
No, seriously, I really think we are ready to build. As you said, and everything is in place. 2-3 years ago, we were talking about what we should do. But I really think we are ready to build. We got to get going. And once we get going, some of these things will, there is going to be challenges, but some of these things will resolve. And also get the experience of these other countries that have been so successful. Find out what they did to do that. I think we are going to be great next summer. We built the atomic weapon in 2 years, 40 years ago, 50 years ago, with the slide rules.
So I do have to add one thing to that. So one of the interesting things about the weapons production process and the Manhattan Project, at the height of the Manhattan Project, uranium separation was somewhere between 7 and 14% of the entire electricity utilization of the U.S., just indicating the scale of that investment there. The graphite reactor, which was built at Oak Ridge National Laboratory, from when the shovel went into the ground to when that reactor went critical was 9 months. So we can do these things quickly.
Absolutely.
Now, the flip side of that is 81 years later, we're still cleaning it up. So I think
well,
there's a better balance there.
Yeah,
That's all
so
I'm trying to point out.
I agree. I'm glad you, by the way, it wasn't 50 years ago, it was 8 years ago. So I've been 50 years doing these things. I agree with you. So the consequence of doing it so fast was that, but we are smarter now. We know how to do it and do it clean. And with the technology, slide rule versus all this computer power.
Yeah, it's amazing.
So that leads me actually to the next question that I want each of you to answer. Talk to us about where you see the biggest opportunities right now.
I think it's across the board. I think we have a huge opportunity right now, as everybody's pointing out, just to put the shovel in the ground and build something. Yeah. We have the designs. We know they work. We know that the electricity growth is finally there. And just selecting one company, just seeing Kairos not too far away from Oak Ridge National Laboratory at the old K25 site, actually moving dirt not only in Hermes 1, but also in Hermes 2, the plant that will actually go nuclear, is really just an amazing thing. And I think, again, it's not that there are things we need to do to move forward right now. I think there are things that we can do that will accelerate the deployment once we can get moving. And again, that's a very exciting place to be.
And I'll add to that, the political situation is fantastic. I mean, the executive order, not just in the United States. I mean, this is the best time in the politics of nuclear, not only in the United States, in many other countries as well. Some countries that are banning nuclear or not, we talked about that here. So I think, in addition to everything Stephen says, I think the political atmosphere is fantastic for the growth and deployment of nuclear power. So that I'll add to everything else that Stephen said. Thank you.
Yes, and we have an historic alignment of federal policies now, state and local, and an all-time high for public opinion on nuclear. And so from our perspective, what we're seeing with states, it is a unique moment. We see states right now moving legislation, multiples and multiples, where they want nuclear power, and they also want to have the capability, often in their own state, to manage the whole fuel cycle and not cross your fingers that the federal government will eventually get it, and not have a reactor that ends up going away and you have this PITA system around there, sitting there, where you don't even have land development. So I see a rise in states with a real pep in their step. They're saying, finally, I get to access nuclear and all the benefits without that Faustian bargain, because I see industry coming in wanting to offer the whole loaf of bread. So we have that unique opportunity. I agree, by the way, with everything we've all said here. It's going to take multiple fronts to get where we want to be in the nuclear sector. While we're moving projects now, very exciting. What I want to do is I want to see the U.S. nuclear sector optimized to be a global leader, because the global market is even bigger than the U.S. market. But we're taking one step at a time, get our firmly developed here, our tech and our services, and I have no doubt we'll be able to outcompete Russia, China, and others.
Yeah. So I didn't quite answer your last question with the challenge we're facing, so I'm going to reframe the challenge to the opportunity. But one of the things that we need to move forward with announcing our first projects with Google is a tariff structure in place, not the tariffs with our overseas friends, but tariffs with the utilities that gives us credit for putting a generating base load asset on the grid in the form of a reduction in the cost of transmission and distribution charges. And so lots of effort has been made. NV Energy and Fervo were the first to announce a new clean energy tariff, and there's several others in the works. But this is one of the key steps to allowing these front-of-the-meter assets to become financeable, is figuring out the tariff structure. It's a bit prosaic, but it's very important to the business model. And so that has me excited that it's going to be easier to move forward with announcements of new projects that are front of the meter, benefit not just the hyperscaler customers, but everyone who's grid connected. So.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, Ed, the point that you made, it really does feel right now that all of these different stars have truly aligned. And whether that's at the state level or the federal, or industry being ready, and finance and the end users. And it really seems too that, when I think about companies like yours that have been so much at the forefront, on an issue like recycling, and other companies as well, it feels now that the policy has caught up with where industry has now been for several years. And I guess my question for each of you again to think about is, if we hopefully reconvene in a year in New York, maybe in this beautiful ballroom, where do you hope that we will be, between now and then, and what will you hope that we'll have achieved?
So I'll start again, and I think it's shovels in the ground. We need projects that are moving. We need to build the reactors so we can learn how to build them better. And let's not try and get everything perfect now. I think the solutions that we have in front of us are sufficiently technically demonstrated. The regulatory framework, as we've all said, is evolving and getting better. Let's get the projects moving, and as has been demonstrated in many industries, we can figure out the details as we move forward. If we do wait to get all the details figured out, the opportunity will pass us by. So let's get shovels in the ground.
Absolutely.
Same here. I like to see next year, this time, the projects that are underway are successfully proceeding. The Natrium by TerraPower, Kairos, all the other ones, the fuel people. I like to see all these things actually proceeding without any incidents, without any problem. I pray every day that we don't have an accident anywhere in the world, and we can just get this thing going and build and have an operating reactor. Also, I hope that by July 4th, 2026, we have 3 critical reactors in this country and 10 operating nuclear power plants by 2030, big ones.
As the representative for the national laboratories on this panel, with Idaho being responsible for some of that criticality, the executive order and the commercial landscape there is, I think, set up for success. So I think Idaho will get there, as will the industry.
Yeah, I believe in prayers, and I'm going to pray for that as well.
I'd rather be lucky than good.
Well, timeline for any nuclear sector development, you're talking a decade more. You're talking facilities that operate 60 years or more. And so what do I want to see in the next year is part and parcel of, hopefully by the mid-2030s, we are firing off of all cylinders, the whole fuel cycle, multiple types of reactors, SMRs, micros, full commercial, states moving, us having a stronger posture internationally. But at the end of the day, nuclear is unique from any other energy sector, from a socioeconomic. you can live or die by a project whether you have community acceptance in a facility, for example. We take great care in our company to focus on stakeholder development and coming up with business plans that are mutually beneficial, not just to our ROI, but long-term benefit to the community and long-term benefit more broadly. And at the end of the day, hopefully, we come up with compelling, mutually beneficial tech and services in the nuclear sector so that when we, by almost definition of the life of our projects, outlive whatever champions we have, governors, communities, Congress, it has to stand on the value and merits of that tech. And so it's really important, in my view, to communicate as clearly as possible and have your tech clearly understood. What's the value proposition? How is it going to be sustainable? Build up, get your milestones validated. Do this in a way where you have the greatest chance of having a long-term successful deployment. Scale up. National labs have been key for certainly my company and a lot of other companies. That public-private partnering is absolutely vital.
Thank you so much, David.
Yeah. Speaking for Elemental, in a year, I hope we have 4 public projects in development, moving towards license application with technologies selected and consortium partners to go break ground. So,
any other closing thoughts before we wrap? Hash, you look like you have a, you look very thoughtful.
No, actually, I'd also like to see existing fleet flourish, the life extensions, the power uprates, and hopefully Indian Point come back and some of the closed reactors. I hope VC Summer comes back. I hear some good news that I was talking to Julie about VC Summer and she gave me some hopeful signs. And I hope Julie unleashes another $50 or $200 billion of LPO money. Just, you should start giving it to some of us sitting here. I don't need it, but I take some for Ed.
No debt right now. We like the equity play right now, at least for now.
Also, no, one of the things, the ENEC friends of mine that are sitting here, there's a lot we can learn from the people who have done this successfully, and we really need to take advantage of that. And among those, ENEC is the closest to us. China is very also successful, but we don't want to deal with China. So we got to get our friends who have done this successfully to tell us how they did it. They are great in construction. We're not good. So we've got to learn how do they do it? How can we learn from, or how can we have them do it for us?
Well, I think this is a great note for us to end on, and thank you to the 4 of you for such actionable insights and for such thoughtfulness. Everyone, please join me in thanking our panelists.
Thank you very much. Great job.
One second. And if we could just hold for one moment. This is the end of our 2-day Nuclear Energy Policy Summit. And so I do have a few quick thank yous before we truly close out. But first, I, again, want to thank everyone who spoke and all of our incredible speakers over the last 2 days. Thank you as well to our in-person audience. Thank you to our global audience watching on the live stream. Thank you again, first and foremost, to the Emirates Nuclear Energy Company for your partnership. Thank you to our other sponsors, ClearPath, GE Vernova, Korea Hydro and Nuclear Power, OSGE, TVA, Constellation, General Atomics, Lightbridge, Nucleo, Nuclear Energy Institute, and the Nuclear Scaling Initiative. And thank you as well to our incredible hosts here at the beautiful St. Regis, New York. Thank you to our Encore production team. And thank you as well to the Atlantic Council team. You're the best. And please join us for our closing reception in the library and the Louis B. Suite. And we look forward to seeing you here again next year, and I hope as well sooner. Thank you. Now you can get up. Now you're allowed to leave.